child sexual abuse CSA survivors can mitigate risk in the health and mental health and well-being of children, youth, and adults. Identifying and understanding factors that promote or inhibit CSA disclosures have the potential to facilitate earlier disclosures, assist survivors to receive services without delay, and potentially prevent future sexual victimization. Increased knowledge on both the factors and the processes involved in CSA disclosures is timely when research continues to show high rates of delayed disclosures. Collin Bazzina, Sabiani, Palmer, and Milne, 2015, Charisma, Pacelli, Paci, and Romito, 2004, Easton, 2014, Goodwin, Brown, Edelstein, Goodman, Jones, and Gordon, 2003, Hershkowitz, Lattes, and Lamb, 2007, Johnson and Lindenblad, 2004, McElvaney, 2015, Smith et al., 2000. Incidences studied in the United States and Canada report decreasing CSA rates, Fallon et al., 2015, Finkelhauer, Shattuck, Turner, and Hamby, 2014, Chalkmate et al., 2005-2008. While at the same time, global trends from systematic reviews and meta-analyses have found concerning rates of CSA with averages of 18 to 20% for females and 8 to 10% for males. Peretta, Guilera, Forms, and Bianco Benito, 2009. The highest rates found for girls is in Australia, 21.5%, and for boys in Africa, 19.3%, with the lowest rates for both girls, 11.3%, and boys, 4.1%, reported in Asia. Stoltenberg, Van Uzenduren, User, and Bakeman-Cronenberg, 2011. These findings point to the incongruence between the low numbers of official reports of CSA to authorities and the high rates reported in prevalent studies. For instance, a meta-analysis conducted by Stoltenberg, Van Uzen, User, and Bakerman-Cronenberg, 2011, combining estimations of CSA in 2017 studies published between 1980 and 2008, revealed rates of CSA to be more than 30 times greater in studies relying on self-reports 127 and 1000 than in official reports inquiries such as those based on data from Child Protection Services and the Police 4 and 1000, Julian Cotter and Perot, 2014, Statistics in Canada, 2013. In other words, while 1 out of 8 people retrospectively report having experienced CSA, official incidence estimates indicate 1 per 250 children. In a survey of Swiss Child Services, Mayer, Muller, Kuo, Ladenholt, Schneider, and Judd, 2014, further found 2.68 cases per 1,000 of CSA disclosures, while in a recent comprehensive review, McElvaney, 2015, details of the high prevalence of delayed partial non-disclosures in childhood indicating a persistent trend toward withholding CSA disclosure. In our view, that incidence statistics are likely an underestimation of CSA disclosures, and this drives the rationale for the current review. Given the persistence of delayed disclosures with research showing a large number of survivors only disclosing in adulthood, Collin-Bazzina et al., 2015, Easton, 2013, Hunter, 2011, McElvaney, 2015, Smith et al., 2000, these issues should be a concern for practitioners, policymakers, and the general public, McElvaney, 2015. The longer disclosures are delayed, the longer individuals potentially live with serious negative effects and mental health problems such as depression, anxiety, trauma disorders, and addiction without receiving necessary treatment. This also increases the likelihood of more victims falling prey to undetected offenders. Learning more about CSA disclosure factors and processes to help advance our knowledge base may help professionals to facilitate earlier disclosures. Previous literature reviews examining factors influencing CSA disclosure have served the fields well, but are no longer current. Important contributions on CSA disclosures include Payne and Hansen's 2002 original review covering the literature largely from the pre-millennium era, followed by London, Brooke, Sessi, and Schumann's 2015 subsequent review, which may not have captured publications affected by, quote, lack of print, unquote, delays so common in peer-reviewed journals. These reviews are now dated and therefore do not take into account the plethora of research that has been accumulated over the past 15 years. Other recent reviews exist, but with the distinct contributions on the dialogical relational processes of disclosure, Reisema and Graydonus, 2015. CSA disclosures in adulthood, Tenner and Murphy, 2015. and delayed disclosures in childhood, McIlvaney 2015. This disclosure review differs by focusing on CSA disclosures in children, youth, and adults from childhood and into adulthood over the life course. Method. Kittigley and Stoggin's 2014 systematic review framework was utilized to establish what has been investigated in CSA disclosure research, though various mixed methods to highlight the most convincing findings that should be considered for future research practice and program planning. This review centered on the question, what is the state of CSA disclosure research and what can be learned to apply to future research and practice? By way of clarification, the term systemic refers to methodologically sound strategy for searching literature and studies for knowledge construction, in this case the CSA disclosure literature rather than intervention studies. The years span for research for literature were 2000 through 2016, building on previous reviews without a great deal of overlap. Retrieval of relevant research was done by searching international electronic databases, PsycInfo, Psych Articles, Educational Resource Information Center, Canadian Research Index, International Bibliography of the Social Sciences, published international literature on traumatic stress, sociological abstracts, social service abstracts, and applied social service index and abstracts. This review searched peer-reviewed studies. A search of the gray literature and published literature such as internal agency documents, government reports, etc., was beyond the scope of this review because unpublished studies are not subjected to peer review processes. Keyword search terms used were child sexual abuse, disclosure, and telling. A search of the 9 databases produced 322 peer-reviewed articles. Selected research terms yielded 200 English publications, 1 French study, and 1 Portuguese review. The search was further refined by excluding studies focusing on forensic investigations, as these studies constitute a specialized legal focus on interview approaches and techniques. As well, papers that focused exclusively on rates and responses to CSA disclosure were excluded, as these are substantial areas unto themselves, exceeded the aims of the review question. Review articles were also excluded. Once the exclusion criteria were applied, the search reviews yielded 33 articles. These studies were subjected to a thematic analysis as described by Braun and Clark, 2006. This entailed 1, multiple readings by the 3 authors, 2, identified patterns across studies by coding and charting specific features, 3, examining disclosure definitions used, sample characteristics, and measures utilized, and 4, major findings were extrapolated. Readings of the articles was initially conducted by the authors to identify general trends in a first level of analysis, and then subsequently to identify themes through a deeper second-level analyses. A table of studies was generated and was continuously reviewed as the selection of studies was refined. See Table 1. Key findings. First-level analysis of the studies identified key study characteristics. Trends emerged around definitions of CSA disclosure, study designs, and sampling issues. First, in regard to definitions, the term telling is most frequently used in place of the term disclosure. In the absence of standardized questionnaires or disclosure instruments, telling emerges as a practical term more readily understood by study participants. And here I'm going to hold this up because this is a chart which goes on for many pages and it's very hard to read. So with everybody's permission, I'm going to go back to reading what I was reading prior. Examples of this usage were found in the research questions, interview guides, and surveys examined. Quote, how and when do people decide to tell others about their early sexual experiences with adults? Parens, Hunter, 2011, page 161, and parens. Quote, some men take many years to tell someone that they were sexually abused. Please describe why it may be difficult for men to discuss the sexual abuse. Parens, Easton, Salzman, and Willis, 2014, page 62, and parens. Quote, participants were asked a series of open-ended questions to elicit a narrative regarding their experience of telling, end quote. Parens, McIlvaney, Green, and Hogan, 2012, page 1160, and parens. Quote, who was the first person you told? End quote. Parens, Schaefer, Leventhal, and Annis, 2011, page 346, and parens. There was sound consistency between studies defining disclosure in multifaceted ways with uniform use of categories of prompted, purposeful, withheld, accidental, direct, and indirect. However, defining the period of time that would delineate a disclosure as delayed varied widely across studies, where in some studies viewed 1 week or 1 month as a delayed disclosure, i.e. Hershkowitz et al., 2007, Kogan, 2004, Sean Bucher, Meyer, Moen Kuo, Scheinder, and Lanhold, 2012. Other studies simply reported average years of delay, sometimes as long as from 20 to 46 years, Easton, 2013, Johnson and Lindblad, 2004, Smith et al., 2000. Second, the number of qualitative studies has increased significantly over the last 15 years. This rises in response to a previous dearth of qualitative studies. Based on Jones's 2000 observation that disclosure factors and outcomes have been well documented through quantitative methods, in a widely read editorial, he recommended, quote, qualitative studies which are able to track the individual experiences of children and their perception of the influences upon them, which led to their disclosure of information, are needed to complement, end quote, parens, page 270. Third, although a few studies strive to obtain representative samples of quantitative investigations, Herkowitz, Horowitz, and Lamb, 2005, Kogan, 2004, Smith et al., 2000, sampling was for the most part convenience-based, relying on voluntary participation in surveys and consent-based participation. In file reviews, Collings, Griffiths, and Kumalo, 2005, Prieb and Sverdin, 2008, Sean Brucker et al., 2012, Ungar, Barter, McConnell, Tuddy, and Fairholm, 2009a. Therefore, generalizability of findings is understandably limited. The qualitative studies used purposeful sampling, as is deemed appropriate for transferability of findings to similar populations. Some of those samples contained unique characteristics since they were sought through counseling centers or sexual advocacy groups. These would be considered clinical samples producing results based on disclosures that may have been delayed or problematic. This might presumably produce data skewed toward barriers and bring forward less information on disclosure facilitators. Through an in-depth second-level analysis, this review identified 5 distinct themes and sub-themes beyond the general trends as noted earlier. Theme 1. Disclosure is viewed as an ongoing process as opposed to a discrete event, iterative and interactive in nature. A sub-theme was identified regarding disclosure as facilitated with the dialogical and relational context is being more clearly defined. Theme 2, contemporary disclosure models reflect a social, ecological, person, and environmental perspective to understand the complex interplay of individual, familial, contextual, and cultural factors involved in CSA disclosure. Sub-themes include new categories of disclosure and a growing focus on previously missing cultural and contextual factors. Theme 3, age and gender are strong predictors for delaying disclosure or withholding disclosure, with trends showing fewer disclosure by younger children and boys. One sub-theme emerged that intrafamilial abuse / family-like relationship of perpetrator has a bearing on disclosure, delays, or withholding. Theme 4, there is a lack of cohesive life course perspective. One sub-theme includes the lack of data within the 18 to 24-year-old emerging adult population. Theme 5, significantly more information is available on barriers than on facilitators of CSA disclosure. Sub-themes of shame, self-blame, and fear are uniformly identified in disclosure deterrence. Disclosure is an ongoing process, iterative and interactive in nature. Disclosure is now generally accepted as a complex and lifelong process, with current trends showing that CSA disclosures are too often delayed until adulthood. Parens, Collin, Vazina et al., 2015, Easton, 2013, Hunter, 2011. End parens. Knowledge building about CSA disclosure has moved in the direction of understanding this as iterative and interactive process rather than a discrete one-time event. Since the new millennium, disclosure is being viewed as a dynamic rather than static process and described, quote, not as a single event, but rather a carefully measured process, end quote, parens, Alaja, 2005, page 455, end parens. The catalyst for this view originates from Summit to 1983, who originally conceptualized CSA disclosures as process-based, although this notion was not fully explored until several years later. Examinations of Summit's 1983 groundbreaking proposition of the CSA accommodation, parens CSAA, and parens model produced varying results as to whether his 5 stages of secrecy, helplessness, entrapment, and accommodation delayed, conflicted, and unconvincing disclosures, and retraction or recantation hold validity. For review, see London, Bruck, Sessi, and Schumann, 2005. However, the idea of disclosure as a process has been carried over into contemporary thinking. Recently, McIlvaney, Green, and Hogan, 2012, and Perens detailed a process model of disclosure wherein they describe an interaction of internal factors of external motivators, which they liken to a, quote, pressure cooker, unquote, effect, preceded by a period of containment of the secret. Moreover, this and other studies strongly suggest disclosures are more likely to occur within a dialogical context, activated by discussions of abuse or prevention forums, providing information about sexual abuse. Thank you all so much for listening to this, and I will pass it over to the next person. Thank you to Eliza Orlins for moderating this for the next God knows how many hours. Just incredible that she's doing this. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you everyone who is joining us. We are now officially into hour 4, and I am joined now by Nathan. Nathan, which last name should I use? Your online one? Nathan Jun. He is a political content creator, and he does a lot of economics, policy, and media analysis. He's brilliant. He's a friend of mine. I'm so glad that he's here with us today to do some reading. I will let Nathan take it away from here. And Nathan, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling everyone why this was so important for you to be here today. Thanks.
Do we know where she left off at? Yeah. It's a large book.
That's a good question. Where did I leave off? I don't have my glasses. I think I left off somewhere.
Okay.
Right here. Okay.
All right. As Eliza said, my name is Nathan Jun. I'm an immigrant, and my sister is a... Ooh, this is powerful. My sister is a survivor of sexual assault and rape. So this is meaningful for me for that reason, but also I'm here because Congress demanded that the full files be released, and we are still 5 months later waiting for the files to be released, and the files that they did release were redacted, and they did not redact the survivors, and their safety and well-being has been compromised. And a lot of people might say that this is performative, but for me personally, this feels at least like I am participating in something that will hopefully create the necessary movement to create a mountain to get the files released full and to get the survivors redacted for their safety. And that is why I'm here. So, picking up where we left off. Recently, McIlvaney, Green, and Hogan detailed a process model of disclosure wherein they described an integration of internal factors with external motivators, which they likened to a pressure cooker effect, preceded by a period of containment of the secret. Moreover, this and other studies strongly suggest disclosures are more likely to occur within a dialogical context, activated by discussions of abuse or prevention forums providing information about sexual abuse. The term dialogical simply means to participate in dialogue. Key dialogical vehicles identified in these studies were providing sexual abuse information through prevention programs, being asked about sexual abuse, and being prompted to tell. Contemporary models of CSA disclosure reflect a socio-ecological perspective. Knowledge on CSA disclosure has been steadily advancing toward a holistic understanding of the complex interplay of individual, familial, contextual, and cultural factors, where at one time factors examined and identified were predominantly of intrapersonal factors of child victims. Knowledge construction has shifted to fuller socio-ecological person and environment explanations. Social ecological explanations open up more opportunities to intervene in facilitating earlier disclosures. Alagia proposes an ecological mapping of what individual, interpersonal, environmental, and contextual influences impede or promote CSA disclosures based on an analysis of in-depth interview data of 40 adult survivors. Subsequently, based on a sample of 67 adult survivors, Collin, Vizina, Sabloni, Palmer, and Milne identified 3 broad categories closely aligned with an ecological framework that impedes CSA disclosure: barriers from within, barriers in relation to others, and barriers in relation to the social world, which can be aligned to intrapersonal, interpersonal, and contextual factors. A summary of knowledge building using a social ecological framework follows. Knowledge gained in the intrapersonal domain excludes expanded conceptualization of disclosure by building on previous categories of accidental, purposeful, and prompted disclosure to also include behavioral and indirect attempts to tell intentionally withheld disclosure and triggered and recovered memories. Categories of indirect behavioral disclosure pattern have further verified in follow-up research by Hunter and through an extensive file review that used Alagia's disclosure framework to analyze their data for verification. Interpersonal factors have also emerged in regard to certain family characteristics as disclosure barriers. Families with rigidly fixed gender roles, patriarchal attitudes, power imbalances, other forms of child abuse and domestic violence, chaotic family structure, dysfunctional communication, and social isolation have been found to suppress disclosure. In addition, relationships with perpetrator is a factor whereby research indicates that disclosure is made more difficult when the perpetrator is a family member or close to the family. This is especially a barrier when the perpetrator lives with the victim. In terms of environmental factors, one study revealed that neighborhood community conditions can hinder disclosures when there is lack of school involvement in providing a supportive environment, such as in following up on troubling student behavior. Cultural factors influencing CSA disclosures have been studied to a much lesser degree. Despite this, a few important studies examining critical socio-cultural factors now exist for a better understanding CSA disclosure within a cultural context. Among these important contributions, Brazelton's 2015 research has delineated CSA disclosure processes as shaped by rational, racial, sociocultural, historical, and developmental factors. In a unique study using culturally focused research literature as data triangulated with clinical case materials, culturally based belief systems and many cultures have found to foster family climates that can silence children from disclosing abuse. Taboos about sexuality, patriarchal attitudes, and devaluation of women are among some of the cultural barriers that inhibit disclosure. Clearly, disclosure conceptualizations are being integrated into a socio-ecological model of individual and developmental factors, family dynamics, neighborhood and community context, as well as cultural and societal attitudes towards better understanding disclosure barriers and facilitators, although more data is needed on cultural and contextual factors. Age is consistently found to be an influential factor in CSA disclosure, making the life stage of the victim survivor a critical consideration. Studies draw a distinction in age groups falling into either under or over 18 years of age. 18 years of age was the common age cutoff point that investigators chose in order to distinguish child-youth populations from adult samples. 16 of the studies drew on samples of children and youth, while the other 15 studies sampled adults over the age of 18, and a further 2 studies used mixed age groups. Among the child and youth samples, the age ranges span from preschool to late adolescence, with varying methodological approaches implemented across age cohorts. For younger cohorts, file reviews and secondary analysis of CSA reports were typically undertaken. Adolescents were most often given surveys. Sometimes children and youth were interviewed as part of administrating a survey or as a follow-up. In the majority of child and adolescent samples, sexual abuse concerns were already flagged to investigative authorities. However, the work of Unger, Barter, McConnell, Tuddy, and Fairholm is one exemption whereby their survey elicited new disclosures. Adult studies typically had a mean age between 40 and 50 years. Interviews were the main data collection method, with a few exceptions using survey designs. Results show a clear trend toward increased likelihood of disclosure in older youth, and finding from adult samples showing a preponderance of disclosures in adulthood, with the large majority of participants of adults reporting never had a sexual abuse complaint filed with investigative authorities as a child or an adolescent. With children and youth under the age of 18, distinct patterns. First, accidental detection rather than purposeful disclosure is more likely to occur with younger children. For example, in one large-scale study of over 1,737 file reviews, over half of the CSA-related cases were identified through accidental and eyewitness detection, while less than one-third were purposeful disclosures initiated by the child victim. The second pattern which emerges is that rate of disclosure increased with age, especially into adulthood, which is supported by persistent findings of high rates of delayed disclosure reported later in the life by adult survivors. Third, younger children who disclose are more likely to do so in an interview situation or an environment that provides prompts or questions about sexual abuse. A number of studies have recently focused on CSA disclosures with male victims, since males have been an understudied population. Most investigations that sampled both sexes show females outweighing male participants, although women are at double the risk of being subjected to CSA. The ratio of women to men in most disclosure studies has not been representative. This finding may be indicative of male victims more likely delaying disclosing their CSA experiences, leaving male disclosure in child and youth samples underrepresented. Easton, Saltzman, and Willis have been developing gender-specific modeling of disclosure examining male disclosures. Their proposed model groups male disclosures into barrier categories as determined by individual factors, interpersonal issues, and factors that are socio-political in nature. These authors suggest that predominant gender norms around masculinity reinforce the tendency for male victims of CSA to blame themselves. For the abuse resulting in no disclosure, male participants in a subsequent study also relay that gender norms and stereotypes contributed to them concealing the abuse because they were abused by women. In the study that compared male and female disclosures, investigator found that men's fears of being viewed as homosexual, profound feelings of stigmatization or isolation because of their belief that boys are rarely victimized, and fear of becoming an abuser acted as disclosure barriers, whereas females felt more conflicted about who was responsible for the abuse and more strongly anticipated being blamed and not believed. Lack of life perspective. Given that the CSA disclosures draw on age groups ranging from samples of very young children to retrospective studies of adult survivors with significant developmental considerations, this area of study lacks an internal, cohesive life course perspective. Most data are derived from either cross-sectional or retrospective designs with few longitudinal studies. There are a series of sound yet disconnected studies focused on the specific age groups of children and adolescents along with adult retrospective studies. Thus, the available knowledge base does not allow for a cohesive picture of CSA disclosures, processes, and pathways over the life course to emerge. The life course perspective has been recommended as a critical lens for the study of child abuse. For example, a life course perspective has been utilized to understand the immediate and long-term effects of CSA on the developing child victim. Further, a life course perspective is important in terms of examining age of onset of CSA to explain the differential effects of sexual victimization and developmental impacts in terms of understanding their ability to disclose. effects that need to be understood within a developmental context, especially for designing appropriate interventions for disclosures at critical transitions from early childhood through to adolescence and into adults. In addition, important turning points in life may facilitate disclosures. For example, entry into adulthood, given that delayed disclosure often occurs in adulthood. Alagia found that being in a committed relationship or the birth of a child acted as facilitator for some survivors to disclose, especially to their spouses. These significant life events as contributing to disclosure bear further examination. Research over the past 15 years continues to uncover barriers to CSA disclosures at a higher frequency than that of facilitators. As previously stated, that this might be the result of sampling methods whereby participants who volunteer for disclosure research may have had more negative disclosure experiences, especially since many report delays in disclosure. The following section outlines the major trends in both barriers and facilitators. Barriers. Age and gender were found to contribute to barriers as covered in Theme 3. Disclosures increase with age. Barriers listed. The younger the child victim, the less likely they will purposefully disclose. Gender. Males may be less likely to disclose in childhood adolescence as fear of being seen as homosexual and as a victim. Females experience more self-blame and anticipation of being blamed and are not believed. Relationship to perpetrator. If the perpetrator is a family member or in a family-like role, disclosure is less likely to happen. Sorry. I'm just sorry, this is hard for me just because I'm just thinking my sister, sorry. Because she held it in for a very long time. And it was a family member that did it. Okay. Shame, self-blame, and fear are psychological barriers. In addition, fear of negative consequences on the family and or self-safety inhibits disclosure. Families with a patriarchal structure, rigidly fixed gender roles, dysfunctional communication, other forms of abuse, i.e. domestic balance and isolation, inhibit disclosure. Environmental and cultural context. Lack of discussion about sexuality, passive acceptance that unwanted sexual experiences are inevitable, not wanting to bring shame to the family by admitting sexual abuse, lack of involvement from neighbors, school personnel, and stigma perpetuated by societal perceptions. Facilitators. Age. Disclosures increase with age, especially in adulthood. Gender. Slight trend towards females who are older, adolescent, to disclose before adulthood. Relationship to perpetrator. If the perpetrator is not living with the victim, disclosure rates increase. Dialogical context. Opportunities to disclose through discussion, therapeutic relationship, information sessions on sexuality, and sexual abuse prevention programs. Family relations. Supportive parent-child relationship. I think I need to take a break. Yeah.
Nathan, thank you so much for joining us. I know this isn't easy for anyone, and so, continued trigger warning about what a difficult subject this is. And so thank you everyone who is here with us, but please make sure you take care of yourselves because this is very heavy. I believe I am joined now by journalist and author of the Red Letter Substack, Tara Palmieri. She hosted Broken Seeking Justice and has stayed on the Epstein story for a long time when others were moving on. Tara, thank you for spending years listening to survivors, and thank you for being here with us today. I will turn it over to you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I will continue with the reading of the Epstein files, which I personally believe is a very important thing to make these documents real, to put them into the record. I also want to disclose that I am a journalist. I am not affiliated with the Save America PAC. I do not support super PACs, and I'm not supported by super PACs. I am doing this independently because I think it is important, but I am not affiliated with a PAC or super PAC. This is not a political action for me. This is merely a documentation. So I'm going to start with, well, it's really the middle of the government of the Virgin Islands complaint against Jeffrey Epstein. And it looks like it was filed on, wow, this is really creepy, September 1st, 2020. That is my birthday, September 1st. We are in page 28 of 55. So these are court documents, so they're obviously very boring and very dry. And I will try to make them as interesting as possible. So, although sadly the graphic details of this story are horrific and kind of hard to turn away from. So, here we are, page 27 of 55. Each defendant engaged in acts that revealed its intent to join and participate in the criminal conspiracy by knowingly using coercion to compel underage girls and young women to provide labor or services by forced labor in violation of 14 BIC. Defendants knowingly benefited financially and or obtained other non-financial value from participation in the Epstein enterprise, which has engaged in human trafficking, forced labor, sexual servitude, and commercial sexual activity and young women in knowing or reckless disregard of the laws of the Virgin Islands. At all times, material herein, each defendant conspired with Epstein and other defendants to fulfill the primary criminal purposes of the Epstein enterprise: human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual servitude. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in said pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO. So it sounds like this is actually a complaint against everyone involved in the Jeffrey Epstein operation, the sex trafficking operation, because as we know, there were many people involved, the moving of people across state lines, just even, maintaining his properties. We know now from the files of the Department of the DEA, the Drug Administration, they were actually looking into whether they were trafficking drugs to the island. All right, count 5, human trafficking, sexual servitude. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 through 140 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. At all times material herein, each defendant directly and indirectly participated or associated with the Epstein criminal enterprise, an illicit enterprise. The Epstein enterprise engaged in 2 or more occasions of conduct that constitute criminal predicate acts as defined by CICO, including but not limited to knowingly maintaining or making available minors for the purpose of engaging the minors in commercial sexual activities or using coercion or deception to force young women to engage in commercial sexual activity in violation of 14 BIC. On the pretext of providing modeling opportunities, careers, and contracts, defendants facilitated the transporting or recruiting of young women and girls, or lured and recruited young women and underage girls to travel to the Virgin Islands where they engaged in sexual acts with Epstein and others. Note the word others. Important to note that because no others have been actually charged. In some instances, young women and underage girls were given scholarships, money, gifts, or other items of value in exchange for engaging in sexual acts with Epstein and others. I've been thinking about that lately. Why Epstein targeted the girls that he targeted. And so many of them they were ambitious, fair, but I think a big part of their ambition was a desire to escape where they were from and the very difficult upbringings that they already had. We know in the case of Virginia Giuffre, she was actually trafficked by her own father and was sexually abused by him and was trafficked before Epstein found her. So a lot of these women, and then he said, I can make you a traveling masseuse. In their minds, they were being freed from the servitude and the pain and the abuse that they were already suffering with at home. So I just think it's really worth it to point this out, that these women were ambitious to get out of the situation that they were in. Defendants, through a pattern of criminal activity, directly and indirectly participated in or associated with the Epstein enterprise, an illicit enterprise. Defendants, through a pattern of criminal activity, acquired and maintained directly or indirectly an interest in or control of the Epstein enterprise or real property. Defendants benefited directly and indirectly from the pattern of criminal activity conducted by the Epstein enterprise. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in said pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO. At all times material herein, each defendant joined in a conspiracy to violate laws prohibiting human trafficking. Each defendant engaged in acts that revealed its intent to join the criminal conspiracy of knowingly maintaining or making available minors for the purpose of engaging the minors in commercial sexual activities, or using coercion or deception to force young women to engage in commercial sexual activity. On the pretext of providing modeling opportunities, careers, and contracts, defendants facilitated the transporting or recruiting of young girls and women, or lured and recruited young women and underage girls to travel to the Virgin Islands where they engage in sexual acts with Epstein and others. In some instances, young women and underage girls were given scholarship money. It looks like that was a repeat of the last page. So, or I just read the same thing over twice. So I'm going to keep going. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 through 55 of this complaint. Okay. Apparently in lawsuits, they repeat things very frequently in documents like this. I'm going to try to tell you a little bit. I'm reading most of it, but a lot of it is repetitive. So I'm going to keep reading along. I mean, this document essentially suggests that there was an entire criminal conspiracy happening on an island in the Virgin Islands, and it required a large network of people and a number of co-conspirators. And it really talks about the way that these girls were recruited, scholarships, money, gifts, what that meant to many of these young girls. Maria Farmer, an artist, and her sister Annie, both came from families, single mother, did not have the means, and Epstein came along promising to make their dreams come true. It's actually just such a common story. He actually sought out children who needed patrons in the arts, in ballet, in Juilliard, Interlochen, people who had real talent. That's what made so many of these survivors truly incredible people, but didn't have the financial means. Okay. So many of them have said that their dreams were dashed from what happened to them, and their ability to be creative sucked from them because of this horrible abuse. Here's a 173. The Epstein enterprise engaged in 2 or more occasions of conduct that constitute criminal predicate acts as defined by CICO, including but not limited to knowingly or recklessly causing a child to suffer physical, mental, or emotional injury, or knowingly or recklessly causing a child to be placed in a situation where it is reasonably foreseeable that such child may suffer physical, mental, or emotional injury in violation Virginia Islands criminal laws prohibiting child abuse and neglect. I think that's really important to point out that these children suffered physical, mental, and emotional injury. And often that emotional injury is the hardest one to heal from. Defendants, through a pattern of criminal activity, acquired and maintained directly or indirectly an interest in or control of the Epstein enterprise or real property. Okay. At all times, material herein, each defendant joined in a conspiracy to violate laws prohibiting child abuse and neglect. Each defendant engaged in acts that revealed its intent to join and participate in criminal conspiracy as they knowingly or recklessly caused a child to suffer physical, mental, or emotional injury, or knowingly or recklessly caused a child to be placed in a situation where it is reasonably foreseeable that such child may suffer physical, mental, or emotional injury in violation Virgin Islands criminal laws prohibiting child abuse and neglect. As a result of defendant's actions, numerous young girls suffered physical, mental, and emotional injury. Defendants knowingly benefited financially and or obtained other financial value from participating in the Epstein enterprise, which has engaged in human trafficking, forced labor, sexual servitude, and commercial sexual activity of girls and young women in knowing or regardless or reckless disregard of the laws of the Virgin Islands. At all times herein, each defendant conspired with Epstein and other defendants to fulfill the primary criminal purposes of the Epstein enterprise: human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual servitude. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise. That is it for me. I think it is all a really strong reminder of how they lured these girls with promises to free them from their very difficult lives, and then the child abuse that they then committed against them, and all of the many different parts and players it took to make that happen, and then the fact that there are co-conspirators who are out there free right now. Thank you all, and I pass this on to the next person. Of course, thank you.
Whatever you want. Okay, it is almost time. So we are about 4.5 hours in to our cover to cover up 24-hour filibuster style live stream reading the Epstein files live from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan. While we read, we are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which fights sex trafficking and the systems that enable it, including the ones in these very files. As a reminder, I'm Eliza Orlins, and I'm here with the Save America movement, which is a nonprofit. And we are here, as I said, raising money for World Without Exploitation. There should be a QR code on your screen, so please scan it to support this important organization. Joining me now is Academy Award-winning film producer and 2023 National Medal of Arts recipient, Bruce Cohen. Bruce, it's so good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. So, via certified mail from Ghislaine Maxwell, MDC Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center, in the United States versus Ghislaine Maxwell, enclosed are witness materials and discovery pertinent to the following inmate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Please allow her access to the materials enclosed. Very truly yours, Damian Williams, United States Attorney, Assistant United States Attorneys. Via certified mail Ghislaine Maxwell, MDC Brooklyn, Metropolitan Detention Center, United States versus Ghislaine Maxwell, October 26, 2021. Enclosed are witness materials and discovery pertinent to the following inmate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Please allow her access to the materials enclosed. Very truly yours, Damian Williams, United States Attorney, Assistant United States Attorney. October 26, 2021, via certified mail, Ghislaine Maxwell, MDC Brooklyn, Metropolitan Detention Center, United States versus Ghislaine Maxwell. The password for the disk containing witness materials and discovery pertinent to Ghislaine Maxwell. Very truly yours, Damian Williams, United States Attorney, Assistant United States Attorney. United States District Court, Southern District of New York, United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell, defendant. Allison J. Nathan, District Judge. As noted in its previous order, the court will hold an in-person pre-trial conference on November 1st, 2021 at 11 a.m., docket number 330. The conference will take place in courtroom 518 of the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, Thurgood Marshall U.S. Courthouse at 40 Foley Square, New York, New York. In accordance with its prior order, the court will ensure access for alleged victims and any members of the defendant's family. Docket number 344. 2 pool reporters will be permitted in the courtroom proper. In order to comply with the district's COVID-19 protocols, the public will be able to access the proceeding in overflow courtrooms 110, 506, 619, 905, and 906 of the Thurgood Marshall U.S. Courthouse. These overflow rooms will have live video and audio feeds of the proceeding. The use of any electronic devices during the proceeding in the overflow rooms is strictly prohibited. The court anticipates seating capacity in the overflow rooms for at least 100 members of the public. If capacity is reached, no additional persons will be admitted. Per the SDNY response to COVID-19, anyone who appears at any SDNY courthouse must complete a questionnaire on the date of the proceeding prior to entering the courthouse. All visitors must also have their temperature taken when they arrive at the courthouse. Only persons who meet the entry requirements established by the questionnaire and whose temperatures are below 100.4 degrees will be allowed to enter the courthouse. All visitors must wear a mask that covers the person's nose and mouth. Bandanas, gaiters, and masks with valves are not permitted. If a person does not have an approved mask, a screener will provide one. Anyone who fails to comply with the COVID-19 protocols that have been adopted by the court will be required to leave the courthouse. There are no exceptions. For more information, please see www.nysd.us.gov/COVID-19-coronavirus. So ordered by Allison J. Nathan, United States District Court, United States District Judge, on October 28, 2021, in New York, New York. From Kristen Everdale, Laura Mennings, Bobby C. Sternheim, and Jeff Pagliuca. Subject, U.S. versus Maxwell, 20 CR 330 AGN, Discovery and Exhibits. Date, Friday, 29 October, 2021. Attachments, Maxwell Discovery Letter, PDF, U.S. versus Maxwell Government Exhibit Index, Defense, PDF. Counsel, we have an additional discovery production ready to send to you. Attached, please find the accompanying cover letter. The production will be made via USA FedEx. The materials on USA FX will include additional exhibits. Attached, please find the accompanying index. We will send a CD with the materials to the MDC for Ms. Maxwell. If you would prefer that she receive the production on a drive, we can either request that the MDC send us one of the drives back to load with the production, or we can load a new drive if you would like to provide us with one. Thanks, Assistant United States Attorney, United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York. By electronic mail, from Kristen Everdale, Esquire, at Mark Cohen, Esquire, Cohen & Gresser, LLP. from Laura Menninger, Esquire, and Jeffrey Pagliuca, Esquire, Haddon Morgan and Foreman, and from Bobby Sternum, Esquire, law offices of Bobby C. Sternum, United States versus Ghislaine Maxwell. Dear Counsel, today we are producing the materials listed in the below index. These materials are stamped with control numbers SDNY_GM_02765768 through SDNY_GM_02767073. Please note that both this letter and the enclosed materials are governed by the July 31st, 2020 protective order in this case. This letter is itself designated as confidential because it includes information regarding records designated as confidential under the protective order. The Department of Justice directed this office to cease the dissemination of materials marked with the word confidential in order to avoid potential confusion with markings reserved for classified documents. Accordingly, in order to note the appropriate designation of this production under the operative protective order in this case, the materials being produced today are marked with the following label, quote, subject to protective order paragraphs 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, and 17, unquote. This marking directly refers to the specific paragraphs of the protective order that govern today's production. An index of the materials contained in this production is below. The government recognizes that its discovery obligations are ongoing and will promptly produce any additional discoverable materials of which it becomes aware. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you have any difficulty assessing these materials. Very truly yours, Damian Williams, United States Attorney. From Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson. Subject Rule 412 motion on Thursday, 28 October 2021. Brad, Brittany. Attached, please find a redacted version of the defense's memorandum of law in support of her Federal Rule of Evidence 412 motion and related exhibits. As we mentioned earlier, this was filed under seal by the defense. Any response is due on November 1st, 2021. Likewise, any and all responses will also be filed under seal and will not be docketed. The court also ordered that any in-camera hearing is tentatively scheduled for November 5th, 2021. We're happy to discuss further tomorrow. I'm also attaching the court's order about the November 1st in-person pretrial conference. Thanks, Assistant United States Attorney, United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York. Subject, Epstein letter to the editor. Date, Tuesday, 26 November, 2019. For those who may have missed it, a notable letter to the editor in Sunday's New York Times, and the link to that letter is included. From Berman Jeffrey, USANYS. Sent Thursday, January 9th, 2020. To Berman Jeffrey, USANYS. Subject, Epstein Prose Memo. In preparing a memo in advance of the Human Trafficking Summit in Washington and next week, Redacted asked if I could send her the recent Epstein Prose Memo. Is it okay for me to send to her? From Berman Jeffrey, USANYS. Date, Wednesday, 8 January 2020. One of Epstein's victims, Redacted, said that Maxwell and Redacted coached her on how to pleasure him. It was Ghislaine and Redacted that showed me how to please Jeffrey, Redacted said. From Kathleen E. Cassidy. I forgot to attach the exhibits. They are attached here. Attached is our submission on behalf of our client, Redacted. Please let us know if you have any questions. Take care and stay healthy. From Redacted to Gloria Allred. Subject, call this week. Date, Tuesday, 31 January, March 2020. Please call my cell at Redacted. If we end up needing a conference line, I'll send that before 3 p.m. Eastern as well. Thanks, Redacted. From Gloria Allred to Redacted. Subject, call this week. That works. Please advise as to which number I should call. Gloria Allred. From Redacted, Tuesday, March 31st, 2020. To Gloria Allred. Subject, call this week. Gloria, we were wondering if you or your colleagues have been able to reach any of the clients we discussed last week. It would be very helpful to know their views and reactions shortly, and we're of course happy to speak with them directly as well, if that would be helpful. Thanks, Redacted. From Redacted, Thursday, March 26, 2020. To Gloria Allred. Subject, call this week. Gloria, thanks for speaking with us just now. The individuals we mentioned are Redacted, Redacted, and Redacted. Thanks, Redacted. From Redacted, Wednesday, March 25th, 2020. To Gloria Allred. Subject, call this week. Gloria, would you have time for a call with the SDNY Epstein team tomorrow or Friday? We would like to provide you with a bit of an update and discuss some of your clients in particular. Hope you are staying safe and healthy. Best, Redacted, United States Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York. From Redacted. To Redacted. Subject, forward. Some will question U.S. District Judge Allison Nathan and Prosecutor's Office. Read if you want. From Gregory Hirsch. Some will question, how does America judge the degree of underage sex trafficking? If a wealthy man and/or organization pays for airline tickets, hotel accommodations, and food for underage teens, to which results in the underage girls being paraded on stage in nothing more than what is deemed, quote, not much more than lingerie, unquote, eventually resulting in some of the underage girls possibly having sex with anyone 18 plus and/or under 18, possibly straight sex and or lesbian sex, surely the wealthy individual and or organization is guilty of underage sex trafficking to some degree. While some will argue such cases are not to the extent of underage sex trafficking, such as what unfolded in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, both Lolita Island and U.S. gatherings, the argument of presentation cannot be debated. A degree of sex trafficking occurred during what is considered, quote, Miss Teen USA contests. There is grooming involved within beauty pageants, is there not? The payment by a wealthy individual and or organization offering various teenage girls the, quote, flamboyant freedom of opportunity for sex behind pageant doors, unquote, is surely, quote, a hidden secret, unquote, which has taken place, has it not? Had the underage girls not been offered the flamboyant freedom of opportunity through the guise of a beauty pageant, then cases of, perhaps most likely, lesbian sex between underage girls would not have been given the time nor the place for such sex vacations to occur. If such sex vacations occur, then surely it is a form of sex trafficking being set into place, into reality by the wealthy individual and or pageant organization. While chains, threats, freedom, etc. is perhaps not a form of physical sex trafficking, to which oftentimes associated with sex trafficking, if sex, especially underage sex of any manner at beauty pageant gatherings occurs, then this sex trafficking has occurred. Has anyone ever questioned past teen beauty contestants as to how many of them were sexually involved, either with those 18 and over and or under 18, with either those within or around the pageants, with male or female during pageant gatherings? If indeed any form of sexual involvement occurred, then in fact, sex trafficking occurred under the guise of, quote, flamboyant freedom of opportunity, unquote, presented by the beauty pageant owners. A grooming for the world of high-dollar prostitution is what many can potentially perceive beauty pageants and modeling shows to be. Note, obviously, wording of beauty pageants can also be replaced with modeling shows. In order to help ensure Ghislaine Maxwell's day in court, not only for her and her lawyers to defend herself through the legal system, to potentially expose corrupt sex traffickers, and perhaps at this point to expose the active participants within the deceased Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking saga. Those active participants might very well be high-ranking politicians and government officials and socialites typically associated with Hollywood and the wealthy circles throughout America and the world. Ghislaine Maxwell's health and well-being should be extremely important to all women, young and old, in order to help ensure injustice is not a continuous practice as in the past, while justice is upheld even against those who have thus far been shielded due to political power and wealth. Plenty of stories have been revealed around media and former contestants. Donnie Trump has had employees attempting to groom underage girls for him during Miss Teen USA pageants, as have Donnie Trump and Billy Clinton connections with Epstein and Maxwell.
Bruce, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here with us today. And I'm also very excited about our next guest. I am joined now by Amy Wallace, the advocate and author who ghost wrote Epstein survivor Virginia Giuffre's best-selling book, Nobody's Girl. Amy, I am so glad that you could join us. We're so grateful for you being here. Feel free to take a moment to introduce yourself, tell everyone why you're here, and then we'll let you take it away. Thank you. I'll take this.
Hi, my name is Amy Wallace, and I'm a journalist and a writer, and I'm the person who had the honor of collaborating with Virginia Roberts Giuffre on her memoir, Nobody's Girl. I wanted to come here to the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room because it's a chance to see the enormity of the evidence against Epstein and his co-conspirators. We're gathered in a 5,000 square foot room filled with 3,437 volumes that contain all 3.5 million pages of Epstein files that have been made public to date. And remember, that's only half of the documents that our government is required by law to release to the public. So why am I participating in this 24-hour filibuster, reading excerpts of the Epstein files? Because our Department of Justice has failed to follow up on so many leads that these files contain, and I believe that is shameful. Earlier today, we heard from several of the survivors, the brave survivors of Epstein's crimes, who stood at the same podium where I'm standing, and all of those women have told the FBI what Epstein did to them, and like Virginia Roberts Giuffre did, they have shared what and who they witnessed in Epstein's houses, on his jets, on his island. Some, like Virginia, have provided names of men they were trafficked to. And so far, none of those alleged perpetrators have been prosecuted in the United States. And what's more, there is no evidence that they've even been investigated. And that's why I'm here. Because I believe that if enough of us stand up, there is power in simply stating the truth. There is power in reviewing the evidence and in demanding that the evidence not be ignored. Now, I'm going to read a couple of random excerpts. These files are released in a way that is designed to be completely confusing. They do not have any context. One thing is not like another. So you just thumb through and you find random bits. But I tried to pick a few that would show you a little bit about Epstein. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein, June 2009, to redacted, which is, you're going to hear that word a lot. Have the girls stop to say goodbye on the way to the airport. Response from redacted. What time do you want them? They need to go to the airport at 5:30 so they will have time after they eat in 20 minutes until 5:30. Jeffrey. They need to be at the airport or leave for the airport at 5:30. Leave from here or from there. Your message is unclear. Girls. Jeffrey Epstein, email to redacted, May 3rd, 2009. Nadia tells me that you prefer not to come. Response from redacted. It's not what I prefer or don't prefer. I thought you want me to do something here in New York, not there, something that I can do meanwhile modeling. I'd maybe be able to come there for a weekend, though I guess you need me working days, right? Is that anything I can do to get you here? Jeffrey, Don't worry, I just thought I would give you the opportunity to earn some money. You can do it when convenient, May, June, etc. Get a little flavor there of how he talks to the girls. Okay, this is unclear what this is, but I thought it was interesting because it shows Jeffrey's original writing and then how a lawyer rewrites it. Jeffrey Epstein 2 redacted, sent May 16, 2009. My version, he says, Dear Debbie, Rhiannon, or whatever your name really is, I've always been a friend to you, and in that vein must now request that you do not attempt to contact me again. We have been advised that there are both federal and state arrest warrants for you. I have been advised by counsel that if contacted again, I must and I will contact your probation officer in Montana and, if necessary, arrange for your rearrest. I wish you no harm, but am duty-bound to carry out the law, blah, blah, blah. And then in the same email, he includes the lawyer version. Dear Debbie, do by attempt to contact me in any way, including email, phone, or in person. I have been advised that a U.S. federal warrant for your arrest has been issued. Your case is now with the U.S. Marshal's Office for action. I am legally bound to assist them in any way I can, and I will do so. Be advised that the specifics of any attempt to contact me will be sent immediately to my attorney, who will notify the U.S. Marshal's Office and proper authorities for their disposition. Regards. Threats. And then finally, I will just read another, same vein, same tone. A young woman, it seems like, we don't know. Hey, Jeff, I'm staying in New York for a little in a good rhythm with Torah, working out and eating healthy. Jeffrey Epstein required all the girls to eat healthy. I started making those smoothie drink recipes your friend sent me. Really good. I was thinking the beginning of June to come to Palm Beach. I will let you know for sure. Hope all is well. Thanks. Jeffrey responds, great. Same woman. Hey, Jeff, I was just on the phone with Sandy I organized last week to talk to her today. I'm thrilled beyond belief to be going on this trip. Please don't think I'm not. This means so much to me, and this is the chance of a lifetime. Seriously, thank you a million times. I also was speaking to Maddie last week via email, and we were both on the same page about the trip. Jeffrey responds, where are you and what are you doing? Explain why it has been so difficult for you to find time to concentrate on something that was only for your benefit. It makes little sense. I read all of those because they give you a flavor. They don't necessarily point a finger at a particular perpetrator, but it gives you a sense of what was really going on inside these houses. To anyone watching, I want to simply say this in conclusion. Never underestimate the power of your own outrage. Virginia Roberts Giuffre grew up with little money. She didn't graduate from high school, and yet she dared to step forward to try to right the wrongs that she'd witnessed and suffered, and to try to make the world a better place. And she succeeded, simply by telling her story. Though she is tragically no longer with us, I'm inspired by that, and I hope others are too. And I'm also inspired by this exhibit. So, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Amy. We all are here, thanks to Virginia's bravery, and what you just said, never underestimate the power of your own outrage, really resonates with me. I think we should all be fueled by outrage at this, because look at all these volumes. So we are entering, we've been going at this for I think 5 hours now. We're 5 hours in. So in case you're just joining us, I'm Eliza Orlins, and in conjunction with the Save America movement, which is a nonprofit, we are here doing Cover to Cover Up. We are live streaming for 24 straight hours, reading the Epstein files live from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Manhattan, and raising money for World Without Exploitation. You should see the QR code on screen if you'd like to donate. We are now joined by George Conway, one of the founders of the Lincoln Project and congressional candidate for New York's 12th congressional district. George, very good to have you. Do you want to just grab the open one right there in front of you? Perfect. Here's George. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm honored to be here today. It's a moving experience to actually hold these volumes and to think of all the suffering and the pain that all the victims that was perpetrated on them throughout these many, many years. And I'm here because I've seen Donald Trump in action. I've read about Jeffrey Epstein, and I think that the level of misogyny and corruption is really something I don't think I could have imagined several years ago. But here it is, in black and white, in thousands of volumes, and I haven't picked anything in particular to read, but I'll just open to a page. From Redacted, Saturday, August 10, 2019, 11:57. To Michael Miller, Martin G. Weinberg, Reed Weingarten, C.C. Redacted. Ray, U.S. versus Epstein. Mike, Marty, Reed. Following up on my conversations with Mike and Marty this morning and my discussion with Mike moments ago, attached is a press release just sent to us, and I believe also issued publicly some minutes ago. It represents all the information we have from BOP, I assume that's the Bureau of Prisons, so far, but of course, if we are successful in outstanding efforts to obtain additional information, we will pass it on immediately. Separately, we can tell you that reports that an FBI investigation into the death has been initiated are accurate, and I fully expect an investigation to be extremely rigorous. As always, please don't hesitate to reach out to us directly at any time if that would be useful. From Redacted to Redacted Ray Invoice 1024685 for Redacted September 2014. Date Friday 19 September 2014, 16/18/27. Ah, that is fine then. Have her go to Redacted then. On September 19, 2014 at 12:13 p.m. Redacted wrote, "Thank you, Redacted. She still has her clothes" at 11J. On Friday, September 19, 2014, Redacted wrote, "Hi, Redacted. I have changed Redacted ticket to go back to Moscow on Sunday. She can stay in apartment Redacted. Code Redacted. I will hire our new car service we are testing out to pick her up on Sunday from 301 at 4:30 p.m. and take her to JFK. Once I confirm, I will send to you." On September 19, 2014 at 10:31 a.m., Redacted wrote, "Redacted. JE asked to move Redacted flight to Moscow back to Sunday. She goes from St. Thomas on Saturday and spend the night here and goes to Moscow on Sunday. Thank you. Envoyé de mon iPhone." On September 18, 2014 at 1:15 p.m., Redacted wrote, and it's an empty message, "Sent from my iPhone. Begin forwarded message. From American Express Travel. Itinerary at mytravelplane.eu. Date September 18, 2014, 12:30:04 p.m. ADT. Subject, invoice 1024685 for Redacted 20 September 14. And the rest, the rest is just messages for, I guess it was just an attachment of the plane ticket. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Jeffrey Epstein, jeevacation@gmail.com. Subject, Ray, Woody Allen. Date, Monday, 22 September 2014, 19:59:43. Ginny says she does not think Woody will be editing on Wednesday either. She said she will have to get back to us on this as well. On September 22, 2014, at 3:19 p.m., Jeffrey E., jeevacation@gmail.com, wrote, "If not, then I will do 3:30 Wednesday." On Monday, September 20, 2014, at 2:55 p.m., Leslie Groff, redacted, wrote, below from Ginny, "Hi, Leslie, I don't think we will be editing Thursday. I think I will be able to give you an answer on Wednesday. Ginny." From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Jeffrey E., jeevacation@gmail.com. Subject, Ray. Date, Monday, 15 September 2014, 13:16:05. Jeffrey! Exclamation point, exclamation point. I am still flying so incredibly high on this kind gift from you. All weekend long, I kept thinking about how happy I am and how much I love my job and you. Thank you so very much. When I told my girlfriend, redacted, she screamed with excitement, too. Really just the nicest gesture from you. I have Russell on the call list, exclamation point, XO, sent from my iPhone. On September 15, 2014, at 8:10 a.m., Jeffrey E., jeevacation@gmail.com, wrote, Florida holiday, my style, please. Five-star hotel spa, five-star hotel spa, the whole works. I would like to talk to your headhunter again. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Woody Allen, redacted, subject, Jeffrey Epstein. Date, Thursday, 11 September 2014, 17:56:45. Hello, Ginny. Hope you have been able to catch up since your holiday. Might you be able to let me know what time would be good for Jeffrey to come watch Woody edit tomorrow? Also, wanted to confirm Woody will come to dinner at Jeffrey's home this Saturday, September 13th at 7 p.m. can you please get back to me? Thanks, Leslie. From Redacted, Friday, January 6, 2012, 11:47 p.m. To Redacted, CC Rich Barnett, Jojo Luciano Fontanilla, Rosalind Fontanilla. Redacted, J.E. wanted me to tell you that Tom Barrett might come by on Monday with his friend, Hamad, to 71st, to see the house. J.E. said he should, to talk to you about what time he is planning on coming. Rich, can you please show them around? From Luciano Fontanilla, sent Wednesday, June 19, 2013, 2:59 p.m. To Karina Shuliak. On June 19, 2013, 10:56 a.m., Karina Shuliak, Redacted, mailed to Redacted, wrote, "Hi, Jojo. Mr. Epstein would like you to take me and Redacted to the airport on Friday, June 21st. The time has still not decided. It will be either early morning or afternoon. Please confirm the receipt of this message. Thank you, Karina." From Facebook, notification. Sent Tuesday, June 21st, 2011, 5:46 a.m. To Karina Shuliak. Subject, Scott Coppola tagged a photo of you on Facebook. Facebook, "Hi Karina, Scott tagged a photo of you in the album Mermaid Parade, June 18, 2011. Thanks, the Facebook team." From Redacted, sent Monday, April 21, 2014, 12:49 a.m. To Karina Shuliak, CC Redacted. Subject, J.E. toiletry bag. "Hi Karina. Great, thanks, smiley face." On Sunday, April 20, 2014, Karina Shuliak, Redacted, wrote, "Hi girls, FYI, J.E.'s toiletry bag is now a part of his black bag. All the toiletries are currently in the black leather bag with 2 zippers." Thank you.
George, thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us here today. And just to reset everyone, we are here inside the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room, and I am now so honored to be joined by actor, activist, producer, entrepreneur, the one and only Sophia Bush. Sophia, thank you so much for joining us today. Would love for you to introduce yourself to everyone and let them know why participating in this live event was so important to you.
Okay. Thanks, darling.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Bush. I'm overwhelmed being in this room. There are 4,000 of these. They're 800 pages apiece. They are heavily redacted. Every single one is evidence of something that happened to a woman, to a girl, to a child. I am here because I am angry, because this should never go away, because no conflict or stock trade or war should supersede this, because I know what it feels like to have what happened to you erased, as most of the women in my life do. We have a problem, and I think the only way we're going to solve it is to get some sunlight on it. So let's continue. Okay. From Paul Morris, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted, Friday, 12th of September, 2014. Importance, normal. Classification, confidential. Hi, is J.E. in New York City next week? Thanks. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, Paul Morris, Friday, September 12th, 2014. Paul Morris is asking if you are in NY next week. From Jeffrey E. to Leslie Groff, redacted. R.E. Paul Morris, Friday, the 12th of September, 2014. No, week after. Leslie Groff wrote, Paul Morris is asking if you are in NY next week, and the bottom is redacted. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to redacted, subject Jeffrey Epstein, Friday, 12th September, 2014. Hello, Lisa. Might you be available to come and see Jeffrey at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, September 23rd? Jeffrey lives at 9 East 71st Street, between 5th and Madison. Please let me know. Thank you. Leslie, assistant to Jeffrey Epstein. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Paul Morris, redacted, R.E.C. Friday, 12th September, 2014. Hi, Paul. Jeffrey will not be in town next week. He will be in New York the week after, however. On September 12th, 2014, Paul Morris, redacted, wrote, redacted. From Pat Zwarzik, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted. Subject, R.E. Jeffrey Epstein. Friday, 12th September, 2014. Leslie, I'm checking with Martin and will let you know. Pat is the assistant to Martin O'Connor, Esquire, at O'Connor Morris O'Connor. An office in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Attachments to the email advising about current IRS standards. Interesting. From Leslie Groff to Pat. Subject Jeffrey Epstein. Hello, Pat. Jeffrey would be available to chat with Martin today, sometime between 12 and 1 p.m. or 4 and 5 p.m. Might Martin have some time within these windows? Or feel free to suggest a time. Thanks, Leslie. Assistant to Jeffrey Epstein. Leslie replies again to Martin O'Connor. Friday, 12th of September, 2014. Great. Jeffrey now has from 12:30 to 1:20. From Paul Morris, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted, REC. Friday, 12th September, 2014. Okay. Had someone I wanted to introduce him to. Have a good weekend. From Leslie Groff to Paul Morris, Friday, 12th September, 2014. Okay. Will they not be here week of 22nd? The pages continue to repeat the threads I've already read to you. Apologies for the delay. From Lisa New, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted. Jeffrey Epstein, Friday, 12th September, 2014. This is perfect. Lisa. It appears Lisa's replying to an email sent earlier that day. From Leslie Groff, writing, Hello, Lisa. Might you be available to come see Jeffrey at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, September 23rd? You've already heard where Jeffrey lives. So Lisa is agreeing. From redacted to Leslie Groff, redacted. Redacted is here, exclamation point. Great, thanks, Leslie. When I hear back from the designer, I'll share his feedback as well. I did not hear back from him yet, but I'm sure he'll call me sometime today. Thanks for getting him in. Smiley face. Russell Cadillac, Gemstone Associates, partner, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10168. From Leslie, mail to redacted, sent Friday, 12th September, 2014. To redacted, subject redacted is here, exclamation point. Okay, thanks. Jeffrey did not meet with redacted all but 5 minutes. He told her he wants her to come back in a week. We will see. Take care and have a great weekend. On September 12th at 11:15 a.m., redacted, wrote, Okay on all fronts. Do whatever you think is best. FYI, I have to run downtown for my meeting between 12:30 to 2:30. I will be back up here before 3 p.m. Also, my cell number is redacted in case you need it during off times, weekends, etc. I will have my phone off between those times today. Thanks for everything. Russell Cadillac, Gemstone Associates, partner. Leslie Groff, mail to redacted, sent Friday, September 12th, 2014, to Russell. Subject, redacted is here, exclamation point. Redacted is here, all fine. JE is not aware. I don't think that she was delayed. JE is still speaking with Gregory, which is highly, all in caps, unusual. I think it is a good sign. From Paul Morris, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted. This is a repeat of the pages about the 22nd and Paul having someone he wanted to introduce Jeffrey to, assuming it's a reprint of the email thread. Aha. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Lisa New, redacted, Jeffrey Epstein. Leslie Groff wrote, Hello, Lisa. This is the reply. So the reply to, Hello, Lisa, might you be available to come see Jeffrey at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, September 23rd? And his address, please let me know. Lisa replied, that is perfect. Leslie replied, great. Could you pass along your cell number, please? My number is redacted. More of the same threads. Seeing who's replying. Speaking with Gregory. Around an hour later, an email from Pat Zwarzik, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted. Friday, September 12th, 2014. Leslie, I spoke to Martin and the best time for him would be 4 p.m. We will call Jeffrey. Advise what number would be best. Thanks. Pat Zwarzik, assistant to Martin B. O'Connor, Esquire. O'Connor, Morrison, O'Connor. I love that every one of these emails ends with a, and destroy all copies of the original message warning. I bet. Lisa New, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted. Cell is, redacted. In response to Leslie Groff's email, which is redacted, sent on Friday, September 12, 2014, to Pat Zwarzik about how Jeffrey now has from 12:30 to 1:20, there is a follow-up email from Leslie Groff, redacted, to Martin O'Connor, redacted, that says, should be good, have him call the office number, redacted. On the next page, Leslie Groff, redacted, replies to Lisa New, redacted. After Lisa sends her cell, which is redacted, and says, great, thanks. From David Mitchell, redacted, to Andrew Alterson, redacted, and Leslie Groff, redacted. Subject, no subject. Friday, 12th of September, 2014. Dear Leslie, please get some time with Jeffrey for Andrew so he can update him on AdFin. Andrew, Jeffrey is the principal behind AdFin's Investor Southern Trust. Andrew is the new CEO of AdFin, and I mentioned to JE this morning I would like him to meet. Thank you so much, David. David Mitchell, Mitchell Holdings, 801 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10065. Office line, redacted. Mobile number, redacted. From redacted to Leslie Groff, redacted. Friday, 12th September, 2014. Dear Leslie, greatest thank you for all information and also your opinion about the jumper, 3 exclamation points. I've decided to make 2 of it, in red and gray colors, exclamation point, smiley face. Thank you so much, exclamation point. Your words were so needed, exclamation point. I am heartily sorry that I didn't thank you immediately. I feel so bad. I am so busy before our big trip, but this is not an excuse. I am very grateful to you, Leslie, exclamation point. My redacted phone number is redacted, but as soon as I come, redacted, I will get a local number. I will send you immediately, exclamation point. First, we are going to Chicago to see our family friend, and then we are coming to NYC, 3 exclamation points. The most exciting part of our trip, 3 exclamation points. I really do hope to see you, exclamation point. I could walk by your office and come over for 5 minutes. 3 exclamation points, smiley face. Best wishes from, redacted, signed, redacted. Leslie Groff, redacted, wrote, hello, redacted, ... I wanted to give you the details of the apartment for your stay, exclamation point. The apartments are located at 301 East 66th Street, corner of 66th and 2nd Ave. You will be staying in apartment redacted, the code to redacted. The doorman will have a welcome letter for you with your apartment and code printed on it as well. The Wi-Fi code for the apartment is redacted. If you could pass along your cell number, that would be super. I hope you have a wonderful time in NY, and I do hope to see you, exclamation point. Take care, Leslie, assistant to Jeffrey Epstein. to the aforeread email when David Mitchell is looking to introduce J.E. to Andrew. Leslie then responds, redacted, to David Mitchell, redacted, and Andrew Alterson, redacted. Great. I'll be in touch, Andrew. From redacted, redacted, to redacted. Friday, 12th of September. At 12:19 p.m., redacted, 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 wrote, OMG, ... At 12:20 p.m., redacted, wrote, I'm glad you spoke up. And a few minutes later, also redacted, but you're shocked. The response is simply, and after yesterday's email, ! Question mark, ! From Rosa da Silva, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted, redacted, subject, Jess. Hi, Leslie, and happy Friday. At your convenience, can you please let us know if J.E. is free to see Jess this afternoon? Jess should free up around 5:30 p.m. Many thanks, Rosa. Rosa da Silva, Blue Mountain Capital Management, LLC, 280 Park Avenue, 12th floor, New York, New York, 10017. I have to try to make sense of this, everyone. Sorry, this is so heavily redacted, I can't figure out what order these emails go in. Okay. On September 12th, 2014 at 12:54 p.m., Ballerina, redacted, wrote, Dear redacted, greatest thank you for all information. No, we're back to the jumper. I see. Top of the page is the response to such, which is from redacted to redacted and then another redacted. Thank you, redacted. I think your idea of one red and one gray is perfect. Smiley face. I love Chicago! ! I hope you have a great time there as well. See you shortly! ! Next page. In response to the email inquiry about J.E. being free to see Jess, Leslie Groff, redacted, wrote back to Jess Staley, redacted. Yes, happy Friday to you too! ! I will get back to you. REJE and availability. The next page is from redacted to redacted to redacted to redacted to redacted. Subject new email redacted, redacted. And then we got nothing. Next page. Leslie Groff, redacted, to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, Jess Staley. Jess Staley is asking if you would have time to see him this afternoon. He should free up around 5:30, ... 1:20 p.m., meet redacted and redacted at the corner of 63rd and Park. 1 to 5 p.m., go see Woody edit his movie at the Manhattan Film Center, located at 575 Park Avenue between 62nd and 63rd, redacted. All caps, JoJo to drive you. 4 p.m., all caps, phone date with Martin O'Connor. He will call the office line, in parentheses. 5 p.m., in all caps, phone date with George Church, redacted. 6 p.m., appointment with Boris Nikolic, redacted. From Jeffrey E. to redacted, R.E. Jess Staley. Yes, of course. Course, spelled C-O-U-R-E-S. It's a wonder the people controlling billions can't afford fucking spell check. Next page. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Rosa da Silva, redacted. Jeffrey would love for Jess to come by. Would 6:30 be good? ? A second email from Leslie Groff, redacted, to Jess Staley, redacted. Or 5:30. That is fine too. He has Boris Nikolic coming at 6. I think Jess knows him. Bet he does. Okay. From redacted to Larry Vysotsky, Larry redacted, CC redacted. Redacted, redacted, redacted. Next. Redacted, 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 redacted. Next line. Redacted, redacted, redacted again. Darren Indike, redacted. Bella Klein, redacted. Daphne Wallace, redacted. Anne Rodriguez, redacted. Subject. Sunday Wheels Up around 3:30, 4 p.m. Jeffrey says he would like Wheels Up around 3:30, 4 p.m. on Sunday, September 14th to the island. From Rosa da Silva, redacted, to Leslie Groff, redacted. In response to the 5:30 is fine too, Boris Nikolic coming at 6, I think Jess knows him email. Rosa writes, Jess will be there at 5:30 p.m. Thanks, redacted, and have a great weekend. Signed, Rosa. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Bob Carey, redacted. RE 914, lunch. Jeffrey Epstein and Senator Bob Carey. Jen, Peter Thiel will be at the lunch on Sunday, plus, quote, a few others, end quote. Jeffrey said he'll tell me later today, ... So once again, I will be back to you. That email was sent in response to an email from Jennifer Hill, redacted, which wrote, yes, thank you. Can you kindly let me know who will be in attendance? Best, Jen. That was a response to Leslie asking, Jennifer, could Senator Kerry come for lunch on Sunday, September 14th at 12:30? Jeffrey's home address is 9 East 71st Street between 5th and Madison. That email was written in response. I should really start from the bottom and go up, guys. To Jennifer Hill asking, Leslie, sorry to bother you. I'm checking on the potential dinner for this weekend. I'm trying to firm up Senator Kerry's weekend calendar. Thank you! Exclamation point. Jen. Leslie Groff writes, super. Appreciate your patience. Smiley face. To which Jen writes, of course, thank you. All of their emails are, of course, redacted. I feel like you get it by now. The earlier email chain started on Tuesday, September 9th. Jennifer Hill writing to Leslie, it seems. No, hold on. I see, bottom of the page. Leslie writing to Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer, still hammering out the details. Can we get back to you on this? She wrote that because Jennifer had emailed earlier saying, Leslie, good afternoon. I'm just following up for dinner on either Saturday or Sunday of this week. Thank you, Jen. Wild that so many people wanted to have dinner with this guy. Leslie and Jen go back and forth for a while. Let's see. Their email chain, it appears, actually began on September 2nd with Leslie Groff redacted, writing, hello, Bob. Jeffrey is having Peter Thiel and possibly Bill Burns for lunch at his home in New York on Saturday, September 13th and Sunday, September 14th. Jeffrey is asking if you might be available to join, ... Please let me know, exclamation point. Thank you, Leslie, assistant to Jeffrey Epstein. September 2nd, Bob Carey responds, redacted, of course. Leslie, I think both work, but let me double check with Jen. Bob. Leslie Groff then responds, redacted, to Bob Carey and adds Jennifer Hill on CC. Great, thank you. The next day, September 3rd, 2014, 8:55 a.m., Jennifer Hill, redacted, writes, Leslie, We're just confirming a couple plans for that weekend. I'll respond today with an answer. Exclamation point. Thank you, Jen. Same day, 9:02 a.m. Leslie Groff, redacted, writes, super, thanks. Sent from my iPhone. September 4th, 8:18 a.m. Jennifer Hill, redacted, writes, Leslie, sorry for the delay. Bob is available either date. At your convenience, kindly email to me the details once confirmed. Thank you, Jen. Leslie responds, less than an hour later, excellent, exclamation point, I'll get back to you. Thank you for your help. September 9th, Jennifer Hill writes, here we go. Leslie, good afternoon. I'm just following up on the dinner for either Saturday or Sunday of this week. Thank you, Jen. You've heard what came after that? I think they could put these in order for us. Let's see, how far back does this go? We're back to, or 5:30, that's fine too. He has Boris Nikolic coming at 6. It's responded to by Leslie Groff to Jess Staley. Redacted, redacted, great, exclamation point. From redacted to Jeffrey E., Friday, September 12th, 2014. I put the black box in the safe. From redacted to redacted. Bet you are. A simple reply, 3 letters, THX, for thanks. We're back to the top of the Peter Thiel thread on September 12th, 2014. Leslie Groff, redacted, as you'll recall, wrote, Jen, Peter Thiel will be at the lunch on Sunday, plus a few others. Jeffrey said he will tell me later today, ... So once again, I will be back to you, exclamation point. It's responded to by Jennifer Hill, redacted, who says, that is fine, thanks again, exclamation point. It's wild how they plotted the world's ending so joyfully and with so many typos. Okay, from Larry Vysotsky, redacted, to redacted, 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 redacted. Next line, redacted, 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 redacted. Next line, redacted, redacted, redacted. Rich Kahn, redacted. Garen Indike, redacted. Bella Klein, redacted. Daphne Wallace, redacted. Anne Rodriguez, redacted. R.E., Sunday wheels up around 3:34 p.m. Thank you, redacted. Teterboro Airport, I would assume. Meridian Aviation. A period and a comma. Guess they couldn't decide. The plane is in Islip, New York. I will fly it early Sunday morning to Teterboro for Jeffrey's departure. From Leslie Groff, redacted, to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, Kathy Rumler. Below, from Kathy Rumler, hi Leslie. Cass and Samantha cannot do dinner on Saturday, but Cass and I will join Jeffrey for lunch on Sunday. Unfortunately, Samantha cannot join on Sunday because of her responsibilities at the UN. Does that work? ? Thanks! Exclamation point. So let's see. I think I made it about 35 pages. It's 800 pages a book. 4,000 of these books in here. This is not going away. Thanks for having me. You're amazing.
Sophia, thank you so much for reading for us. And I'm so grateful that so many people have been able to join for this 24-hour filibuster-style reading of the Epstein files. Here we are inside the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, where we are live streaming for 24 straight hours. We are approaching the 6-hour mark. I am just really grateful that everyone is participating in this important event. And I am so excited that we are now joined by an incredible actor and activist, Samantha Mathis. Samantha, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to be here. I'm just going to read a short little statement that I wrote. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, passed by Congress and signed by the President of the United States, specifically states that no record can be delayed or redacted based on embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, specifically noting that it cannot be applied to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. The President of the United States and the Justice Department have failed to live up to that promise. This administration just seems to think that they can wear us down, that the will of the American people is not strong. But we're still here, and I'm just so honored to be here with everyone. It's my honor, and I'm here to honor the survivors. Should I be reading from and to? From and to? Yes. Okay, here we go. From Tazia Smith to Leslie Groff. Subject, DB, call, Monday, 9 EST. Date, Friday, 12 September 2024. The hour of 1844 and 45 seconds. Importance, normal. Classification, internal communication, correct. Tazia Smith, Director, Key Client Partners, U.S. Deutsche Bank Securities Incorporated. Deutsche Asset and Wealth Management, 345 Park Avenue, 26th floor, New York, New York, 10154. Telephone, redacted. Mobile, redacted. Fax, redacted. And email, redacted. From Leslie, redacted. Sent 9/12/24, 10:13 a.m. AST to Tazia Smith. Subject, DB call, Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hi, Tazia. I just want to confirm with you the following. The call will consist of you, Paul Morris, and Stilius Theodoisoi. The dial-in number is redacted. And the PIN is redacted. But what is redacted? It's a lot of redaction. Thanks, Leslie. On September 11th, 2024, at 7:32 p.m., Tazia Smith wrote, classification, external communication. Hi, Leslie. 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, Monday, works for London. We'll send through a calendar invite and a dial-in. Thanks, as always, for your help. Tazia Smith, Director, Key Client Partners, U.S. Deutsche Bank Securities Incorporated, Deutsche Asset and Wealth Management, 345 Park Avenue, 26th floor, New York, New York, 10154. Telephone redacted, mobile redacted, fax redacted, email redacted. This communication may contain confidential and/or privileged information. If you are not the intended recipient or have received this communication in error, please notify the sender immediately and destroy this communication. Any unauthorized copying, disclosure, or distribution of the material in this communication is strictly forbidden. Deutsche Bank does not render legal or tax advice, and the information contained in this communication should not be regarded as such. From redacted to Leslie Groff, again, redacted. Subject blank, redacted, is here. Date, Friday, 12 September 2014. Hi, Leslie. I just got back. I spoke to Gregory. He is very interested in and enjoyed meeting Jeffrey. Russell Katulak, Gemstone Associates, partner, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10168, Suite 1700. Redacted, 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 direct, fax, redacted. From Leslie, sent Friday, September 12th, 2024, 12:11 p.m. to Russell. Redacted is here. Great, thank you. On September 12th, 2024, at 12:04 p.m., Redacted wrote, Great, thanks, Leslie. When I hear back from the designer, I will share his feedback as well. I did not hear back from him yet, but I'm sure he will call me sometime today. Thanks for getting him in. Smiley face. Russell Katulak, Gemstone Associates, partner, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10168, Suite 1700. Redacted, redacted, direct, redacted, redacted, fax. Original message from Leslie. Sent Friday, September 12th, 2014 at 11:22 a.m. to Redacted. Subject redacted is here. Okay, thanks. Jeffrey did not meet with Redacted. All but 5 minutes. He told her he wants her to come back in a week. We will see. Take care and have a great weekend. On September 12th, 2014, at 11:15 a.m., Redacted wrote, Okay, on all fronts, do whatever you think is best. FYI, I have to run downtown for a meeting between 12:30 and 2:30. I will be back here before 3 p.m. Also, my cell phone number is redacted. In case you need it during off times, weekends, etc., I will have my phone off between those times today. Thanks for everything. Russell Katulak, Gemstone Associates, partner, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10168, Suite 1700. Redacted direct, redacted fax. From Leslie, sent Friday, September 12th, 2014 at 11:05 a.m. to Russell. Subject, redacted is here. Redacted is here. All is fine. J.E. is not aware, I don't think, that she was delayed. J.E. is still speaking with Gregory, which is highly unusual. I think it is a good sign. From Leslie Groff to Russell, subject, blank is here. Friday, September 12th, 2014 at 19:06, 34 seconds. Great to hear. Thanks. On September 12th, 2014 at 2:49 p.m., Redacted wrote, Hi, Leslie. I just got back. I spoke to Gregory. He is very interested and enjoyed meeting Jeffrey. Russell Katulak, Gemstone Associates, partner. Redacted, direct, fax redacted. From Leslie, sent Friday, September 12th, 2014 at 12:11 p.m. to Russell, redacted is here. Great, thank you. On September 12th, 2014, at 12:04 p.m., Redacted wrote, Great, thanks, Leslie. When I hear back from the designer, I will share his feedback as well. I did not hear back from him yet, but I'm sure he will call me sometime today. Thanks for getting him in, smiley face. Russell Katulak, Gemstone Associates. From Redacted, sent Friday, September 12th, 2014, 11:22 a.m. Subject, Redacted is here. Okay, thanks. Jeffrey did not meet with Redacted. All but 5 minutes. He told her he wants her to come back in a week. We will see. Take care and have a great weekend. Seems like a bit of a repetition. From redacted to redacted, Jeannie Brennan redacted, Anne Rodriguez and redacted, Cece Rich Khan and redacted. Subject, very important envelope. Date, Friday, 12 September 2014. I have an envelope on my desk that is very important. It must go with you on the airplane this Sunday and given to redacted in Jeffrey's office on St. Thomas. Please see me when you come back to the house to retrieve this envelope and then keep it with you. Make sure it goes with you on Sunday. I'm sure Anna can help you. Redacted with logistics. Please confirm back to me. Thanks. Redacted. From Leslie to leisure fitness superstar CC Rich Khan, again redacted, also Bella Klein, and also redacted. Subject, receipt from Leisure Fitness Supercenter or Superstar. Date, Friday, 12 September 2014. Hi, Nat. I spoke with Jeffrey, and he most definitely wants to have Priva set up as well at the time of installation. Thanks, Leslie. On September 12, 2014 at 9:31 a.m., Leisure Fitness Superstar. Leslie attaches the transaction information for the swap. I will be sending an itemized invoice in a separate email. Receipt as follows: Leisure Fitness Paramus, type purchase, American Express, $5,934.77. Cardholder name, Jeffrey E. Epstein. Date and time, 12 September 14. Reference, author, transfer approved. Thank you, signature. Finish that book. But wait, there's more. I don't know what you've read, so yes, hand me a new one. Great. Anywhere? The beginning. Okay. To Ghislaine Maxwell and redacted. From redacted. Subject, see you in New York. Sent Saturday, 7 February 2024. Exflode. Hi, Ghislaine. It was good to hear from you the other day. I thought I'd fill you in on my situation and see how we can work together. I am still dancing, Pilatesing, and teaching. I'm very interested to keep training Jeffrey as we work well together, and I enjoy working with him. I understand he likes to work with a variety of beautiful, talented young women. And I think that training with lots of people can be a very good thing. I understand what I am looking for in other people to train, work with him. And it's quite a tall order, which is why I know that you need some help to find people. they don't come along every day. I need to use my time effectively to continue with my dance classes, learning, training, and also earning money to pay for it all. If I am looking for girls, I will need to go to a wide variety of classes, whereas at the moment I tend to stick to the ones I like. Not necessarily the ones to find suitable girls. So if you want me to be actively looking, then we will need to reach a financial agreement, as this will be my job. Or if you just want me to let you know if I come across someone suitable in my travels, then what will you pay me for this? As I am effectively doing myself out of a job. I would just like to have a good idea of where I stand, and if I will be getting more work from you, or if you can put me in touch with other people who want a trainer. Or if I can make looking for other people my main source of income. As I am here properly now, I have bills and rent to pay. I need to find something stable. I can be available to travel, but if I am on call, I need to know and be paid accordingly. I have a couple of girls in mind. So let me know what arrangement we will have, and I will do my best to help. I am appreciative of any work you can throw my way. I look forward to seeing you when you're back in New York City. Give my best to rainy England. Love, redacted. P.S. Do you want a lesson? This is from an attorney at law, H. Doane Williams, Jr. Over 45 years experience, Martindale Hubbell, A.V., rated trials and appeals, state and federal courts, July 19, 2019. U.S. Attorney's Office, USA v. Jeffrey Epstein. Dear redacted. The bullet Epstein dodged that no one is talking about. He did so because of the combined actions of the former U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta, former Palm Beach County State Attorney Barry Krischer, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and the Assistant State's Attorneys that handled Jeffrey Epstein's criminal prosecution in state court. At his plea and sentencing, the judge asked why Epstein was going to serve his sentence in the Palm Beach County stockade instead of in a Florida state prison, like most sex offenders. The response was, we just decided that this was the best way to accomplish what we needed to be done here, and agreed that the sentence satisfied everyone's requirements. His carefully constructed plea and sentence accomplished Epstein avoiding the Jimmy Rice Act relating to the indefinite civil commitment of sexual predators. If he had been eligible for Jimmy Rice commitment, there is a substantial likelihood that he would have been indefinitely committed and warehoused with other sexual predators. Epstein was charged with 2 felony offenses. 1, procuring a person under the age of 18 for prostitution, a second-degree felony, punishable by 15 years in prison, and 2, felony solicitation of prostitution, a third-degree felony, punishable by 5 years in prison. He was facing a maximum consecutive sentence of 20 years in prison. Florida, like the federal courts, has sentencing guidelines. Epstein's guidelines calculated the, quote, lowest permissible prison sentence of 21.5 months, or almost 2 years in state prison. In Florida, the court can go below the lowest permissible range via a motion for downward departure or plea bargain. Epstein avoided a 21.5 month prison system via plea bargain. Oh my, this is many pages. To understand how he avoided the Jimmy Rice Act, you need to look at this carefully constructed sentence. According to the plea sheet he signed, regarding his conviction for felony solicitation of prostitution, he was sentenced to 12 months in county jail. Regarding is a conviction for procuring a person under the age of 18 for prostitution, a second-degree felony. He was sentenced to 6 months county jail, consecutive to the above 12-month sentence. And that term of incarceration was to be followed 12 months community control. In other words, he was sentenced to 18 months incarceration in the county jail. What if he had been sentenced to 18 months in prison instead of the county jail? In 2008, the Jimmy Rice provided that to be eligible for indefinite civil commitment as a sexual predator, the person had to be, quote, serving a sentence in the custody of the Department of Corrections, a person who was adjudicated delinquent and is committed to the custody of the Department of Juvenile Justice, or a person who was involuntarily committed to the custody of the Department of Children and Family Services upon an adjudication of not guilty by reason of insanity. Defendants that might satisfy the definition of a sexual predator were excluded from consideration if they were serving their time in a county jail. I have defended sex offenders and men being prosecuted under the Jimmy Rice Act. In 2005-06, as an assistant public defender, I defended about 25 men being prosecuted under the Jimmy Rice Act. I advised young public defenders to have sex crime offenders take time in county jail for this very reason. In 2008, an experienced sex crimes prosecutor would have been aware of this county jail loophole. If they say they were not aware of this loophole, then they are incompetent or untruthful. In 2014, this loophole was closed. The above section was amended to include a person who is serving a sentence in a county or municipal jail for a sexually violent offense. Now, a defendant cannot avoid the Jimmy Rice Act by doing his time in the county jail, like Epstein. For purposes of the Jimmy Rice Act, a sexually violent offense includes any criminal act that is subsequently determined to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt to have been, quote, sexually motivated. A, quote, sexually motivated crime is one whose purpose, in part, was for sexual gratification. Certainly, prostitution-related offenses, and particularly with the facts of his case, were committed in part for sexual gratification. The misnomer is that the violence does not have to be an element of the crime. If Epstein had been in prison instead of in county jail, the Department of Children and Family multiple disciplinary team would have evaluated Epstein and submitted its written assessment and recommendation to the state attorney, Barry Krishner. Epstein would have been back in the state attorney's lap for filing a petition to seek his indefinite civil commitment. Once a petition is filed, the offender is held in custody at a Florida civil commitment center. There is no bond, bail. Having tried these cases representing the defendant, the case is a battle of experts. The 6-person jury must unanimously find by clear and convincing evidence whether the person has the requisite prior conviction, has a mental abnormality affecting a person's emotional or volitional capacity, which predisposes the person to a sex offense, and is likely to engage in further sex crime to such a degree as to pose a menace to the health and safety of others unless he is indefinitely confined for treatment. This potential rabbit hole was avoided simply by where Epstein was incarcerated. In determining whether Epstein would satisfy the criteria for the state attorney to file a petition for involuntary commitment, the psychiatrist evaluators you would use a diagnostic tool known as Static 99. It is used throughout the United States and Canada. See the attached Static 99 form. Plus, the evaluators can go behind the mere charges that he pled to. Having a familiarity with Static 99 evaluation forms while representing men who had petitions filed against them based on the Static 99, Epstein arguably qualified for the filing of a petition. I am not an expert, but I rough calculated his score using the sheet applicable at his time of the plea as 4, which translates to a moderate to high risk of reoffending. If Epstein was sentenced to state prison by State Attorney Krishner, there's a likelihood he would have been back in front of the same state attorney for potential indefinite civil commitment. Instead of recently returning from France, Epstein might still be at the facility in Arcadia, Florida, with over 600 other sexual offenders. Florida has more people committed than any other state. There are other anomalies in the handling of this case. He was indicted for the first charge in the federal system. Felony prosecution is initiated by indictment, or the prosecutor and the defense agree to the file of an information charging a specific crime. In Florida, the only crime that requires an indictment is first-degree murder. In Florida, the state attorney is referred to as a one-man grand jury, because the state attorney can, with the stroke of a pen, initiate a criminal prosecution for any crime other than first-degree murder. Over 98% of crimes in Florida are charged by information filed by an assistant state attorney. According to the Miami Herald article, Detective Carey also told the Miami Herald that in May of 2006, he drew up probable cause affidavits that charged Epstein and 3 associates with a slew of sex crimes. But instead of pushing forward with the case, Kreischer referred the case to the grand jury, which returned an indictment on a single count of soliciting prostitution. In Florida state court, the prosecutor frames the charge it wants to the grand jury to consider and brings an indictment and the applicable law and instructions. I would be curious how many indictments in Palm Beach County in 2005-2006 were returned for crimes other than first-degree murder cases, how many sex crimes prosecutions were initiated by an indictment. These questions a federal prosecutor unfamiliar with our state system might not ask. It's all very curious, isn't it? I'm really honored to be here. And we've got our next reader. Thank you for watching. It's really important that you're watching.
Thank you, Samantha. That was amazing. So if you're just joining, thank you for being here. We have crossed the 6-hour mark. I'm Eliza Orlins, and I am here for 24 hours with the Save America movement. We are doing this for 24 hours of live reading from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan. I just want to contextualize this for a second before I bring up our next reader. So, we're sitting here reading these volumes, and even though we're going to read for 24 hours without stopping, we are barely going to get through a single entire volume. We're skipping around a bit. You'll see we're bringing up different volumes. But if we were to read every single volume in this place, nearly 4,000 volumes, each with 800 pages, even if we read for 24 hours a day, it would take us about 4.5 years of live streaming to get through all of these pages. And mind you, there is still documents outstanding. And so I just wanted to put that in context because the gravity of this is such a huge magnitude. And what we're going to be able to do in this 24 hours is just barely a drop in the bucket. But we hope that you will share this stream. We hope that you will tell people about this because we need eyes on this story. We are not going to let this story die. So we are so fortunate for our next reader to have actor and activist Asia Kate Dillon with us tonight. Asia, thank you so much for being here and for reading. Here, let me take away some of these for you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm participating in this reading because I myself am a survivor of childhood sexual abuse, and because nearly 1,400 survivors spoke the truth, and the national media, the Department of Justice, and this administration have failed them. Cover to Cover Up exists to make sure that failure does not go unnoticed. It is an honor to be here to honor the survivors. I'll begin by reading from a document titled Narrative Number 36. It's dated January 23rd, 2006. Reported by Redacted, entered by Redacted. On January 19th, 2006, Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted at Redacted in Palm Beach Gardens. Redacted was identified as a licensed massage therapist who had previously been seen on Epstein's property when physical surveillance was done. Redacted was told of an ongoing investigation, and I felt she may have information pertaining to the case. During a sworn taped statement, Redacted stated she met Epstein 3 years ago when Ghislaine Maxwell approached her while she was attending Redacted to work around Epstein's house. Maxwell had told her that they needed some girls to work at the house to answer phones and run errands. Redacted accepted the job and began working at Epstein's house on El Brillo in Palm Beach. Redacted stated it was a part-time job during the time she went to Redacted. She continued going to Epstein's house and would be notified when Epstein would travel to Palm Beach. Redacted advised she would be notified by Maxwell, Epstein, or Redacted, his assistant, when he would travel to Palm Beach. Redacted stated she began providing massages to Epstein before she became a massage therapist. She continued giving massages not only to Epstein, but to Redacted, and Redacted, his assistant. Redacted was asked about what occurred during the massages. Redacted stated, as she was 23 years old when she met Epstein, anything that happened was between two consenting adults. I explained to her she was not in any trouble. However, as part of this investigation, I needed to ask certain questions. Redacted stated that there were times that Epstein would ask her to perform during the massage. He would instruct her to Redacted. Redacted stated she felt grossed out about the behavior, but as she was getting paid, she just continued. Redacted also advised she would on occasion perform the massages naked. Epstein would on occasion utilize the Redacted when she performed the massages. Redacted explained that Epstein never exposed himself to her, as he maintained himself covered under the towel he would be wearing. When Epstein would masturbate, he would be covered. I asked if Redacted ever received any gifts or any gratuities from Epstein. Redacted advised, aside from being paid well, she advised Epstein took care of her tuition from Redacted College. She received a rental car for a week when her scooter broke down. Additionally, she received other gifts from Epstein. Epstein also recommended her to another client who resides at Redacted in Palm Beach. The client she was referred to was Redacted, unknown last name, and his wife, who she provided a massage to. The statement was concluded and placed into evidence upon our return to the Palm Beach Police Department. While at the police station, I researched Florida tag Redacted, which was also previously seen on the property when there was physical surveillance being done at the property. The vehicle is registered to Redacted of Lake Worth, Florida. Researching Mr. Redacted and the vehicle revealed that his daughter, Redacted, had been redacted. The vehicle is a Redacted. I researched Redacted, date of birth, Redacted, resides at Redacted in Lake Worth. Redacted has a MySpace page called www.myspace.com/redacted. In her webpage, it shows various photos of Redacted photographed at a beach. An interview is forthcoming. A review of the video discs, which was extracted at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Computer Crime Unit, revealed that only one hidden camera was functional at the time. Several images of Epstein working at his office were seen. Additional footage of Redacted, and Redacted was seen. There was other footage of females seen. The identity of the females is unknown at this time, until such time as I meet with certain females to show the video footage to confirm if, in fact, it is them on the video. At this time, it appears that Redacted, and Redacted are seen sitting with Epstein beside his desk in the evening hours. Due to poor lighting, a direct confirmation cannot be made at this time. Interview continues. The next document is titled Narrative Number 37. It is a Palm Beach Police report, an incident report from January 30th, 2006. Reported by Redacted, entered by Redacted. On January 25th, 2006, Detective Redacted and I responded to Redacted in Lake Worth and met with Redacted. Redacted stated last year, when she was 17 years of age, she met Jeffrey Epstein through her former roommate. Redacted was allegedly dating Epstein at the time. Redacted and Redacted had once cohabitated together when they modeled. Redacted explained Redacted called her on her telephone and advised her that she was in Palm Beach and requested to see her. Redacted made arrangements to meet with her at Epstein's house. Redacted arrived and met Epstein, and Redacted went to the Palm Beach Mall together and went shopping. Redacted advised that Redacted and she had received money from Epstein to go to the mall. They visited Victoria's Secret and purchased undergarments from the store, utilizing monies given by Epstein. Redacted advised she purchased one item, and Redacted purchased various items. The money used to purchase the items was the money given by Epstein. Redacted and Redacted continued shopping and having a day together. Redacted stated, Redacted explained how she and Epstein have been dating each other and he has been paying all of her bills. Redacted claimed, Redacted advised they met in New York and had been dating ever since. They later returned to Epstein's home and encountered Epstein. He had a brief conversation with Redacted about her modeling career. He knew of her modeling career from Redacted. He requested to see her modeling portfolio and explained he could help her with her modeling jobs. Redacted had her book with her to show, and Redacted and showed the book to Epstein. He commented negatively about her photographs and portfolio. Redacted felt uncomfortable with the comments made, as she had been working with other professional modeling companies who had offered her work from her photographs. Epstein requested to see what was purchased at the mall. Redacted took out the undergarments, which were purchased. She immediately showed Epstein different sets purchased. Epstein then requested to view what Redacted purchased. Redacted was reluctant to show the outfit, however, since it was Epstein's money that purchased the item, she pulled it out of the bag. Epstein asked her to try it on. Redacted looked at Burns, who told her, quote, "Yeah, try it on," unquote. Feeling compelled to try the undergarment outfit on, she went to another room and put on the bra and panty set. She walked out to the living room where they were sitting and modeled the suit. She then went back into the other room and changed back into her clothes. Redacted returned into the room and told Redacted she would be going home. Redacted scheduled another day for Redacted to return for massages with her. Redacted stated that within the same week she returned to meet with Redacted and have a massage. Redacted had told her that she would be unable to stay with her as she would be going on a bike ride with Epstein. Redacted explained she could only stay at the house and take advantage of the massage. Redacted stated she met with an unknown massage therapist and had the table already set up in a guest room. Redacted removed her clothing, leaving her panties on, and wrapped herself with a towel for the massage. Redacted remembered that the door to the guest room was closed but not locked. As the therapist was working her back, the door was opened by Epstein and entered into the room. Redacted was trying to conceal herself as Epstein was talking to her about his chiropractic session. Epstein told Eaton, "Turn over onto her back." Redacted eventually turned over, exposing her breasts to Epstein as he applied pressure on her shoulder and her waist. Redacted stated Epstein, quote, "popped," unquote, her back. Redacted removed herself from the table, got dressed, and left the house. Eaton further stated Redacted had attempted to call her on several occasions to invite her back to Epstein's house, to which Redacted replied, quote, "I'm busy." Redacted advised she had not had contact with either Redacted, or Jeffrey Epstein. It should be noted that her mother, Redacted, was present during the interview. The interview was concluded, and we thanked them for their time. Narrative number 38, dated January 31st, 2006. Reported by Redacted, entered by Redacted. On January 27th, 2006, I made telephone contact with Redacted at Redacted. Redacted is a licensed massage therapist who had frequented the home of Jeffrey Epstein. Ms. Redacted had been unable to meet with me in Palm Beach County, and because she lives and works in Port St. Lucie, a telephone interview was conducted. I explained to Ms. Redacted that there was an ongoing investigation involving Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted stated she knows Epstein and has been employed by him for approximately 3 years. Epstein has paid Redacted to perform Swedish massages, deep tissue, on him and other guests. Redacted explained that approximately 3 years ago she met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein through a mutual friend. Epstein and Maxwell were looking for a massage therapist. Redacted stated, since that time, she is notified when Epstein is coming to Palm Beach. Redacted stated she comes to his house and provides the massage or massages. Redacted explained she has also massaged his guests and assistants. Redacted continued that she is paid $100 an hour for the massage. I asked Redacted if anything occurred during the massage that would have made her feel uncomfortable. Redacted stated she only provided massages, and that was it. She was never approached for anything else. I asked if Epstein ever asked to rub his chest. She stated she would not rub his chest, and that was not part of her massage. Redacted explained that she was not Epstein's type. The girls she would see at Epstein's house were very thin, beautiful, and without tattoos. Redacted explained she had several tattoos that are visible. Maxwell and Epstein have commented negatively about her tattoos previously when she has provided massages. Redacted stated she only provided massages for Epstein and his associates, and nothing happened during those massages. Redacted stated, as she does Swedish-style massages, the patient is usually sore after the massages. I thanked her for her assistance, and the interview was concluded at this time. I received a facsimile from Redacted service on telephone number Redacted, which is assigned to Redacted, pilot for Mr. Epstein, who resides in Lake Worth. Redacted telephone number was dialed on several occasions by Redacted. A background on Redacted indicated he has a valid FAA pilot license first class for the Southern FAA region. Redacted has another historical FAA license for airline transport pilot. Investigation continues. This is from narrative number 39, February 14th, 2006, reported by, entered by. I'll finish up this last narrative. On Friday, February 3rd, 2006, I had made arrangements to meet with Redacted at the Palm Beach police station. At approximately 1 p.m., Redacted and her friend, Redacted, arrived at the police station. During an interview with Redacted, she stated she met Epstein when she turned 18 years old and was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage. She advised this occurred on May of 2005. She advised Redacted had informed her if she wanted to provide a massage for $200. Redacted agreed and was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage. Redacted stated she had been to the house on many occasions during the massage sessions. Redacted also stated she would remove her clothing to provide the massage on Epstein. Redacted advised Epstein would pay her $300 to rub his back, legs, and chest. During the massages, Epstein would masturbate himself as she rubbed his chest. I asked her if Epstein ever redacted during the massages. Redacted replied, quote, yes. I asked her if Epstein ever redacted. Redacted stated he redacted. I asked her if he ever redacted. Redacted stated that during a massage, redacted. She stated this occurred only one time. Redacted stated the massage would be over when Epstein would climax onto a towel. I asked Redacted if she had any formal massage training, to which she replied she did not. Redacted was then asked if she ever brought anyone to the house to, quote, work. Redacted stated she brought 2 people to the house. She advised she received money for bringing people to the house to, quote, work. Redacted stated she brought a girl named Redacted and her friend Redacted. Redacted was still waiting for Redacted in the lobby of the police station. I thanked Redacted for her time and her cooperation and escorted her to the lobby. Thank you again for having me. It was an honor to be here.
Thank you, Asia Kate. We really appreciate you taking the time to read. And up next, we are joined by some wonderful folks. Number one is Rye Howard Stone, who is the founder of EpsteinData.com, which is, if you don't already know, an online website that makes the entirety of the files released by the DOJ, everything that is in here with us today, available to the public. So Rye, thank you so much. And Rye is also joined by Lucius Tuck, who is an investigator with EpsteinWiki.com, a grad student in international crime and justice who has been integral in helping a decentralized network of independent investigators research and cover the Epstein files. Thank you both for your work, and thank you for taking the time to join us during our 24-hour stream.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks. I think this is a new book for you guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rye Howard Stone. I built Epstein-Data.com, which is a forensic archive of the DOJ's approximately 3 million page Epstein file release. This is my friend Lucius.
I'm Lucius Tuck. I'm here on behalf of EpsteinWiki.com.
And we spent the last 3 months in these documents. Before we read anything, we want to name some of the women who came forward.
Maria Farmer, who walked into the FBI in 1996 and reported what Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had done to her. She was the first. The FBI took her statement, then nothing happened for the next 23 years.
Annie Farmer, Maria's younger sister, who was 16 when Epstein flew her to his ranch in New Mexico.
Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who was 16 when Ghislaine Maxwell approached her at Mar-a-Lago and recruited her into Epstein's trafficking network. She passed away in April of last year.
Courtney Wild, who was 14 when she was first abused. She has fought for nearly 2 decades to enforce the Crime Victims' Rights Act against the U.S. attorneys who signed Epstein's non-prosecution agreement without telling her or any other victims.
Mariska Chartuni, Michelle Licata, Haley Robson, Shantae Davies, Tiala Davies, Lisa Phillips,
Jenna Lisa Jones, Rosa, Danny Bensky, 3 of the 5 survivors who returned to West Palm Beach 6 days ago to give sworn testimony at a House Oversight shadow hearing, 3 miles from the mansion where they were trafficked. Maria Farmer and Courtney Wild were the other 2.
And the thousands of women whose names are still in the bound volumes lining this room, and which the United States Department of Justice has so far refused to release.
So we're going to read in 3 parts. The first is from the morning of July 15th, 2019, United States District Court, Southern District of New York, Judge Richard Berman presiding. Jeffrey Epstein has just been arrested on federal sex trafficking charges. It's the first time he's ever faced a federal prosecution. The hearing is to determine whether he'll be granted bail. He will die in his cell at Metropolitan Correctional Center less than a month later, but today in the courtroom, 2 women stand up.
Ms. Farmer. Hello, Your Honor.
The court reads, "Could you help us out and spell your first and last name?"
Yes. Annie Farmer. ANNIEFARMER. I was 16 years old when I had the misfortune of meeting Jeffrey Epstein here in New York. He later flew me to New Mexico to spend time with him there. I wanted to voice my support for the government's request that his bail not be set, and also just my reaction to the fact that the defense was claiming that it would be perhaps easier for victims, or more likely for victims to come forward given the publicity and some of the other issues surrounding this case. Well, I would say that it would be quite the opposite. That his wealth and privilege and the notoriety of the case would actually make it, I think, often more difficult. Also that they now were arguing that the discipline of this time, but yet we know that they have found photos of young women in his home, and that if he's continuing to engage with pornography of young women, I would say that would be quite the opposite of disciplining. Also, those victims in the photographs are continuing to be victimized.
Are you in a position to answer this question? Are you saying that Mr. Epstein engaged in sexually inappropriate conduct with you?
He was inappropriate with me. He was inappropriate with me. I would prefer not to go into the details of that at this time, yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
When Annie Farmer finishes, the attorney, Brad Edwards, stands up and introduces a second client. He spells her name for the court. Courtneywild.
Miss Wild. Hi, Your Honor. My name is Courtney Wild. I was sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein starting at the age of 14, and I would just like to bond to keep him in detention just for the safety of another, ask the court not to grant him bond, to keep him in detention just for the safety of any other girls out there that are going through what I'm going through. It is a public case, and it's just, he's a scary person to have walking the streets.
Where did that occur, the sexual inappropriateness?
In Palm Beach, Florida.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Courtney Wild was first abused by Jeffrey Epstein when she was 14 years old. By the morning of the bail hearing, she had been fighting the U.S. government for 11 years to get the Crime Victim Rights Act enforced against Alex Acosta's office. The federal court had ruled in her favor 4 months earlier, February 21st, 2019. Acosta announced his resignation as Secretary of Labor 3 days before this hearing. 3 months earlier, on April 16th of that same year, another woman had filed her own lawsuit in this courthouse. Her name was Virginia Roberts Giuffre. I'll read this here. Plaintiff became a victim of sex trafficking and repeated sexual abuse after being recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein when plaintiff was under the age of 18. Between 2000 and 2002, Epstein sexually abused Roberts at numerous locations, including his mansions in West Palm Beach, Florida, New Mexico, the Virgin Islands, and this district. Epstein also flew Roberts on his plane nationally and internationally numerous times when she was under the age of 18. Only portions of the flight logs of Epstein's private planes are yet known, and Epstein also flew Roberts frequently on commercial airlines to meet him and others. However, the chart below, which shows Roberts' flights on Epstein's private plane from the limited logs that are available, illustrates the international scope of Epstein's sex trafficking. Between 1997 and 2007, with the assistance of numerous co-conspirators, Epstein abused more than 30 minor underage girls, a fact confirmed by state and federal law enforcement. After years of abuse, Epstein sent Roberts to Thailand in September 2002. One of Roberts' assignments from Epstein was to bring a young girl back to Epstein in the United States. Fearing for his life, and not wanting to subject another young girl to the abuse she was forced to endure, Roberts fled from Thailand to Australia to escape from Epstein.
Virginia filed that complaint in April. Annie Farmer and Courtney Wild stood up in court in July. Epstein died in August. And 9 years before any of it, in late 2010, in his own home, in his own voice, on a recording he made himself, this is what Jeffrey Epstein was saying instead.
So this is a conversation transcribed between Nobel Prize winner Robert Axwell and Jeffrey Epstein himself. It's EFTA 004322827.
Jeffrey. No, Kreischer, the actual guy at the state who filed the indictment, and said, "Can you tell me? I have to think about this, because there will be tremendous political heat if I do this. Can you tell me your summary of what Epstein did?" Oh shit, right? Here's what came back. He said, "I've been doing this for 26 years. I was a state prosecuting attorney. Epstein's behavior was inappropriate, but not criminal." I said, "What? What?" he said. "Yeah, he just got fucked." This is what he said to the governor. The governor called me. This is what he called me for. He said, "This is the guy, Jeffrey, who signed off."
He's the one who put you in solitary.
Yeah. He said, "This is inappropriate, but not criminal."
That sentence, inappropriate but not criminal, was spoken by Palm Beach County State Attorney Barry Kreischer to the governor of Florida.
By his own account, quoted on Epstein's recording, Kreischer had been a state prosecuting attorney for 26 years. He had reviewed the file Maria Farner's FBI report had become. He had reviewed the file from Palm Beach police, who had spent 13 months building a case against Epstein. He had reviewed the testimony of Courtney Wild and dozens of other women, most of whom were minors at the time of the abuse.
And privately, on a phone call to a sitting governor, he said, Jeffrey Epstein's behavior was inappropriate but not criminal.
That sentence is what kept Maria Farmer's report buried for 23 years. It is what kept Annie Farmer waiting 23 years to stand up in a federal courtroom about what was done to her at 16. It is what kept Courtney Wild fighting for almost 18 years to get the Crime Victims' Rights Act enforced. It is why Virginia Giuffre had to leave Thailand by herself in 2002 to escape from a man the United States government had already been told about.
6 days ago, 5 of these women returned to West Palm Beach. They sat down at City Hall 3 miles from the mansion where they were trafficked, and they gave sworn testimony at House Oversight Shadow Hearing. The morning shows didn't cover it, the networks moved on, so tonight in this room, we read. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for joining us tonight, and thank you for your work in helping folks access these files. So we are almost at the 7-hour mark. We've been reading the Epstein files for almost 7 hours, so that means we have 17 hours to go. We are here in the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room, and live in Lower Manhattan for a full 24 hours. And while we read, we are asking you to do one thing, which is if you see the QR code on screen, to please scan it and give what you can to World Without Exploitation, which is an organization taking on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it. Networks that look a lot like what is in these pages. Now, joining me is former U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama and author of Civil Discourse Substack, the amazing Joyce Vance. Joyce, good to have you with us. Thank you.
I'm reading to you from is a transcript of a courtroom hearing. The hearing takes place in a case called United States of America versus Jeffrey Epstein. And the hearing takes place in New York City on August 27, 2019 at 10:30 a.m. in the morning. The lawyers are listed on the front of the transcript. Jeffrey Berman is the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Interestingly enough, the name of the Assistant United States Attorney who actually appears at the hearing is redacted. And of course, that's interesting for the reasons that many of you have already noted, including the failure to protect survivors and victims' identifying information. And yet here, the prosecutor, who we can be fairly certain is Maureen Comey, who handled the case, for inexplicable reasons, her name is redacted. Jeffrey Epstein is represented by his lawyers, Martin Weinberg, Reed Weingarten, and Michael Miller. And so the court opens with some pleasantries at the beginning, and then we learn why we're here. Let me read to you from what the court says. This is a transcript of the judge's words. He says, "Good morning to all of you. This hearing that we're having today considers the government's motion to dismiss the indictment in this case. I must add that it also serves as the opportunity for me to thank all of you, the attorneys and the victims who are here today, among others, for your very hard work and dedication in this case. We also have here today the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey Berman, who has also been very helpful and indispensable in this matter. The news on August 10, 2019, that Jeffrey Epstein had been found dead in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center at the MCC was certainly shocking. Most of you, and myself for that matter, were anticipating that the next steps in this case would be defense motion practice, including a motion to dismiss, followed by a trial on the merits before a jury if the motions were not successful, and through which the accusers and the accused would come face to face, allowing everyone to get their day in court. Mr. Epstein's death obviously means that a trial in which he is a defendant cannot take place. It's a rather stunning turn of events, the judge says. He continues, The government's motion to dismiss the indictment because of Jeffrey Epstein's death on August 10, 2019, is relatively straightforward. In my view, a public hearing is nevertheless the preferred vehicle for its resolution. Incidentally, while I'm on this subject, I got some help today from the New York Law Journal from two professors who write that a hearing is, the judge says, let me tell you exactly what they said, and refers to the article. They say in part that this is an odd moment for transparency in a criminal case. I think that's an odd sentence to hear about, transparency in a criminal case. They go on to say that normally if a prosecutor seeks to dismiss an indictment for such an obviously worthy reason, the court would simply grant the request. As to that statement, I respectfully say that it is incorrect as a matter of law. They go on to say the judge would not schedule a hearing, and he definitely would not allow victims to speak. If he did hold a hearing, whatever informational interests the victims may have would be served by affording them a chance to attend the hearing, not by giving them a speaking role. I read it. It was incredulous. I'm still incredulous. I don't understand it at all. There's a suggestion in the article that the reason they are making these suggestions has to do with the minimization of drama in this case. In the Jeffrey Epstein case, there has not been much a minimization of drama. And what little drama might happen today, I don't think it would be very significant. On a somewhat more serious note, don't quote me on this, but it's my understanding that some of the authors of that article is himself counsel in one of the Epstein-related cases. I was surprised to learn that very recently. I'm certain it is true. I was also surprised that that aspect was not disclosed in the Law Journal. But in any event, I think you know where I'm heading. I respectfully disagree with the Law Journal piece. I was saying that the government's motion is relatively straightforward, and in my view, a public hearing is clearly, nevertheless, the preferred vehicle for its resolution. I'm still convinced of this. A few may differ on this, but public hearings are exactly what judges do. Hearings promote transparency, and they provide the court with insights and information which the court may otherwise not be aware of. The victims have been included in the proceeding today, both because of their relevant experiences and because they should always be involved before, rather than after the fact. The victims, let me skip down further. The indictment, he explains, charged Jeffrey Epstein with sex trafficking and with conspiracy to commit sex trafficking. The U.S. Attorney on August 19, 2019, requested that the court approve the government's proposed order of nolle prosequi. I think that's a rough justice. That means nolle prosequi, discontinued by the prosecutor of all or of a part of the case that he or she has commenced. The government in its motion concludes that Epstein's death abates these proceedings. In accordance with Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 57B, I determined to hold a public hearing, and I notified the victims that they would be given the opportunity to be heard before any final action on the motion. That is the purpose of today's proceeding. I would do that every time. Also recognize that Mr. Epstein, died before any judgment of conviction against him has been obtained, and that the government's proposed order appears in form and substance to be appropriate. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 48A codifies the nolle prosequi process. It is entitled dismissal, and it states in relevant part that the government may, with leave of the court, dismiss an indictment, information, or complaint, and that leave of the court proviso, you should know, was added as an amendment to the original draft of Rule 48, which had originally provided for automatic dismissal upon the motion of the government. This proviso, in my judgment, is clearly directed toward an independent judicial assessment of the public interest in dismissing the indictment. Thus, even whereas in this case the standard of court review is deferential, the court must still make its own independent determination. A conclusory statement from the government that dismissal is appropriate does not satisfy the court's obligations. It is also, in my view, required that the court consider the views of the victims in the case at the hearing and before deciding whether to grant the motion. This is being done here both as a matter of law and as a measure of respect that we have for the victim's difficult decision to come forward in this matter. In a case called United States versus Heaton, the government filed a Rule 48 motion for leave to dismiss a charge against a defendant who allegedly committed a sexual offense against a young victim. Although I should point out very importantly that that defendant was still alive, which distinguishes it from our case. Nevertheless, I think it is relevant because in evaluating the Rule 48 motion, then District Judge Paul G. Cassell, who's now a law professor at the University of Utah and is regarded to be a noted expert in victims' rights, concluded that under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, victims have broad rights that extend to a court's decision whether to grant a government motion to dismiss under Rule 48. I completely share that viewpoint in these circumstances, even though the facts of our case, as I said, are somewhat different from those in Heath. I believe it is the court's responsibility and manifestly within its purview to ensure that the victims in this case are treated fairly and with dignity. The fundamental substantive principle which applies in considering the government's motion is termed the rule of abatement. This principle originated in the English common law. It was adopted by most U.S. federal courts, but more recently, it has faced some appropriate criticism. The rule of abatement is best explained in the Second Circuit case of U.S. versus Wright. In that Wright case, two defendants had pled guilty to embezzlement and tax evasion. Both defendants appealed, but one of the defendants died while his appeal was pending in the Second Circuit. The Court of Appeals ruled that under the rule of abatement, the judgment of conviction against the deceased defendant was required to be vacated and the indictment was to be dismissed. The Wright court held that when a convicted defendant dies while his direct appeal as of right is pending, his death abates not only the appeal, but also proceedings had during the course of the prosecution. The Second Circuit, incidentally, has also held that when a criminal conviction abates the death of a defendant, any restitution ordered as a result of that conviction must also abate. And it is also ruled the same with respect to asset forfeiture. This latter application of the rule of abatement regarding forfeiture has not been universally accepted among federal courts, but it certainly is the law in this circuit. Some of you may be interested to know that some United States courts, state courts, have criticized the rule of abatement, particularly in the face of growing recognition of victims' rights in the criminal justice system, including the Crime Victims' Rights Act. It has been written and contended in the Brooklyn Law Review, I can give you the site later, that when courts abate criminal convictions, they reimpose a burden on victims that legislatures intended to alleviate through these victims' rights statutes. The state Supreme Court has even concluded that the expansion and codification of victims' rights provides the changed conditions needed for overruling the rule of abatement. It has also been stated that Alaska's statute and its constitution now require the criminal justice system to accommodate the rights of crime victims. Further, that the abatement of criminal convictions has important implications for these rights. But coming back to our case, which is what you are concerned about, and I am as well, it is appropriate to conclude that if the rule of abatement applies to a convicted defendant, as in the Wright case, it should also apply a fortiori in the Epstein case, which was still in the pre-trial phase when Epstein died, when there had been no conviction. So that's just some background I wanted to share with you. At this point in time, I would like to turn to the government prosecutors to hear from them in support of their Rule 48 application to dismiss the Epstein indictment. The judge concludes his comments there and he invites the prosecutor to the podium. Her name is, of course, redacted. As I told you when we began, it says Ms., and I would say that this redacted block in the document looks pretty much like Comey. So again, I think it's safe to include that this is Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor in the case. She says, "Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to address the court from the podium?" The judge says, "If you wouldn't mind." And she says, "Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Your Honor has accurately summarized the state of the law as set forth in our papers in light of the clear Second Circuit law that upon the death of a defendant before a final entry of judgment of conviction, all proceedings must be abated. In light of that clear law, the government is legally obligated to seek dismissal of the pending indictment against Jeffrey Epstein, and we respectfully submit likewise that the entry of the proposed order is similarly required by law. A few notes to make about that, though, Your Honor," she continues. She says, "To be very clear, dismissal of this indictment as to Jeffrey Epstein in no way prohibits or inhibits the government's ongoing investigation into other potential co-conspirators, nor does it prevent the bringing of a new case in the future or the prosecution of new defendants. It also does nothing to prevent the government from continuing to explore the possibility of seeking civil forfeiture of any assets that were used to facilitate the crimes charged in this indictment. Indeed, as has been stated publicly, investigations into those matters have been ongoing, remain ongoing, and will continue following dismissal of the indictment here. I would also like to note that, as the government has previously mentioned, this dismissal in no way lessens the government's resolve to stand up for the victims in this case, both those who have come forward and those who have yet to do so. We agree with Your Honor's sentiment that those victims should be respected, and we appreciate Your Honor's recognition of that." She continues, "One housekeeping matter that I did want to reference for Your Honor. The protective order in this case requires destruction or return of any and all discovery material upon conclusion of the case. We have been in communication with defense counsel who have confirmed that they have returned all physical copies that they have of discovery that the government has produced to date, and they are in the process of deleting any copies that they may have made. So the parties are in compliance with the protective order. Finally, I just wanted to say a word about the victims in this case, and particularly those who are here in court today. I'll note that in light of the court's order indicating that the victims and their counsel would be permitted to be heard in court here today, the government has endeavored to provide notice to all known victims of today's proceeding. We did so either directly, where a victim was not represented by counsel, or through counsel, where a victim is represented by an attorney. The government does not know exactly how many victims or their attorneys are here today, and we do not know how many of them or their counsel would like to speak. To the extent any individuals do wish to speak, we do not know the substance of what they would like to say. We have left that entirely up to the individual decisions of the victims and their attorneys. I will note, though, that throughout this case, the government has endeavored and done our utmost to fulfill our obligations under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. We have done so by trying to keep as many victims as we are aware of up to date about the ongoing case, and about any developments in the case. We will continue to provide services and offer services to any of the victims in this case, even after the indictment is dismissed. Both the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI have been in touch with all known victims, or have attempted to be in touch with all known victims, either, again, directly where victims are not represented by counsel, or through counsel where they have attorneys. We have expressed to them that services are available for those who wish to take advantage of them. Unless this court has any questions for me, the government will rest on its papers. The judge says, I just have one question. The protective order, is that self-executing, or do I need to do something? The prosecutor says, it is self-executing, Your Honor. The court says, thank you very much, Ms. Redacted. She responds, thank you, for honor. And the court says, I'll turn to counsel for the defense at this time. Mr. Weingarten, I'm happy to hear from you. Mr. Weingarten says, Your Honor, I think it is an understatement of the year to say that the world looks and feels differently today than it did the last time I was before you. For us, the elephant in the room is what happened to our client. I would like to tell you how we see the world and where we are on that subject. We start with the Attorney General's statements, public statements, that there were very serious improprieties in the jail. We obviously read the press. We see that the warden has been taken out. We see that the guards on duty at the time have been put on leave. We understand the guards are refusing to cooperate with the investigation. We have heard allegations that people at the time who had responsibility for protecting our client falsified information. We understand that there were orders out there that Jeffrey Epstein was never to be left alone, and that the orders were ignored by many of the employees in the prison. In a word, yikes. In addition, obviously, we followed the medical examiner's report, or we haven't followed the report. We haven't seen it, but heard the conclusions. Initially, not enough evidence to come to a conclusion, wanted to see more. We assumed she was talking about the videotapes, but then came the conclusion that it was a suicide. We report to the court that the court stops Mr. Weingarten and says, suicide by hanging. Weingarten says yes, and the court says that was her conclusion. Weingarten responds, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed. I thought you were wrapping me. That's good. I mean, there's a little bit more here, and this is important stuff, particularly in hindsight. I had not reviewed this transcript for some time, and I'm surprised by how relevant it is to news today. So Mr. Weingarten has just a few more comments. He continues, and we report to the court that we had a doctor there at the time. And we also have been in receipt of a tremendous amount of medical and scientific evidence volunteered to us, opining that the injuries suffered as reported were far more consistent with assault than with suicide. And we are happy to supply the court with all the information we have. Now, in addition, as the court noted, we were underway with our pretrial motions. And as the court obviously understands, the NPA and the role of the NPA was going to be critically important. And I would simply like to report that we were pretty far along. We interviewed all of the relevant lawyers on the defense side who participated in the NPA, and we were satisfied that we had a very strong argument that every one of those lawyers believed with an objective basis that the deal was global. That is, at the time, the court interrupts him and says, I'm sorry, that? Mr. Weingarten says, the deal of the NPA, that's the non-prosecution agreement out of Florida, was global. That is, more specifically, at the time the Florida prosecutors and agents knew of conduct in New York and that no competent defense counsel negotiating in good faith with the prosecutors would have ever agreed to a deal back then that allowed New York prosecutors to indict for precisely the same conduct in the future, which of course is what happened. In addition, we have come up with very powerful evidence we believe that Florida prosecutors who participated in the deal steered the victims and the alleged victims to New York on more than one occasion because they did not want to suffer the slights of attacks against them. So we have advanced the ball on this very subject, and we are prepared to completely report to the court as to where we are and what we've done. The transcript continues, but that's the end of my portion to read to you.
Joyce, thank you so much for joining us. I am so grateful for all of the brilliant... No, you're amazing, Joyce. Thank you. Appreciate you. And just to let everyone know, we are now a little over 7 hours into our 24-hour live stream here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein Reading Room in Lower Manhattan. We have just about 17 more hours to go, but we are doing this because it is so important to keep eyes on this story. And I am joined now by Lev Parnas, political activist and author of the Lev Remembers Substack. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us. Please let everyone know, why you're here, why this is so meaningful to you, and then, proceed with the reading. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Hey, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank Steve Schmidt, Save America, Aliza Orleans, and all of the volunteers that helped put this extremely important reading together. I want to start off by saying how honored I am to have been asked to stand here today to speak and to read as part of this 24-hour reading of the Epstein files. This is not something that I take lightly. These files are not just documents. They're not just pages. They're not just names, dates, flights, meetings, and court records. Because behind every page is a survivor. Behind every file is someone whose life was changed forever. And before I say anything else, I want to thank every single person who, for the past year, long before, has fought for the Epstein survivors, spoken up for them, kept their stories alive, and refused to let this country move on. I will never forget traveling to Washington, D.C., sitting in that room, that hearing, watching Pam Bondi. There she was, sitting in a position of power, representing the Department of Justice, representing an institution that is supposed to protect victims and fight for justice. But instead of speaking for the survivors, instead of honoring their pain, instead of facing them with the dignity they deserved, she would not even turn around and look at them in the face. I sat there and I watched the pain on their faces. I watched them walk out of their room carrying the weight of that moment. As I followed and walked out with that pain in my heart alongside with them. Because as a father, as a son, as someone who has 3 daughters, I cannot even begin to imagine the pain these young women have carried. Not just the pain of what happened to them then, but the pain of having to fight again and again just to be believed, just to be heard, just to be treated like their lives matter. That moment stayed with me forever, and it reminded me why we can never stop speaking out. Because, folks, this is not about politics. This is about being human. About human beings. This is about survivors who have never been forced to carry pain that was never theirs to carry. And then just a few weeks ago, I was fortunate enough to be in Washington, D.C., standing with survivors advocates, and Virginia's family at the butterfly vigil for Virginia Giuffre. I stood there and listened to Sky, her brother, speak about his sister. I listened to others speak about Virginia's courage, her pain, and the price she paid for telling the truth. And as I stood there, I kept thinking about how much she endured, not only what was done to her, but what she had to go through to expose this truth. Because Virginia suffered because of Epstein and the people around him. But she also suffered because of the powerful people trying to silence her, discredit her, and make the world look away. But I want to say something, Virginia, if you're looking down today, we're not looking away. Today we're saying your name and every name of every survivor. Today we're honoring your courage. And I believe Virginia is looking down and proud to see this fight that did not just die with her. Proud that the survivors are still standing, proud that people are still demanding the truth. And last, when I was in West Palm Beach last week for the hearings, I sat there and listened to the survivors tell their stories. I watched as Maria Farmer. I listened to Rosa, a young woman from Uzbekistan, describing the horror she endured and the way the system failed her. I listened to the survivors explain how the pain does not stop when the abuse ends. The pain continues when the government mishandles your name. The pain continues when your story is treated like paperwork. The pain continues when the Department of Justice makes decisions without thinking about the human beings behind those files. So why am I here? That is why I'm here. That is why we are here. We're here for Virginia. We're here for Maria. We're here for Annie, for Rosa. We're here for all the survivors whose names we know, and for every survivor whose name we do not know. For every survivor who has spoken, every survivor who is still not ready or able to speak. And we are here for every Katie Johnson out there, for every young girl whose name was hidden, for every child who was too scared to speak, for every survivor who tried to come forward and was met with threats, pressure, fear, disbelief, or silence. You see, folks, Katie Johnson was the name used in a case brought by a woman who alleged she was only 13 years old when she was abused by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. That case was later withdrawn and many people stopped talking about it. But we cannot and will not forget what that name represents. It represents a 13-year-old girl, the child, someone who should have been protected, someone who should have been believed enough to be heard, someone who allegations deserve serious attention, not mockery, not dismissal, not political spin, especially not silence. Because for every survivor whose story makes headlines, there are many, many more whose stories never do. For every name we know, there are names we may never know. For every file that has been released, just think about how many more files they are hiding and protecting. And for every child who was hurt, there must be accountability. That is why this fight matters. That is why we cannot let them close the book. That is why we cannot let powerful men decide which survivors matter and which survivors get erased. Because that is what they're counting on. They were counting on people moving on. They were counting on the news cycle changing. They were counting on survivors being exhausted. They were counting on the shame, the fear, the silence, and time. But almost a year later, we are still here. Because I'll never forget what happened last year during 4th of July weekend. While Americans were celebrating freedom, while families were gathering, while this country was supposed to be honoring justice and liberty, Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, and the Department of Justice with Kash Patel tried to quietly close the door on the Epstein files. They all of a sudden put out a memo and told the American people there was no client list, no more answers, nothing more to see, no need to release anything else. And I remember thinking to myself, how is that possible? How is it possible? Jeffrey Epstein, private islands, mansions, planes, powerful friends, politicians, billionaires, royalty, bankers, businessmen, lawyers, people all around the world connected to him, and somehow we are supposed to believe that the story ends with him. How is it possible that the survivors have spent years telling us of what happened, court records, victims have testimony, journalists reporting, investigators having evidence, and suddenly the government wants us to believe that there is nothing more. The truth is, the cover-up is sometimes a lot worse than the actual crime. And here, it's so bad, it's worldwide. Because this is not about one man operating in shadows alone. This was a network, folks, a system, a protection racket for the rich and powerful, a system where money influenced excess, fear, and people, while survivors were left to carry the pain. And I say this as someone who unfortunately was once inside of Donald Trump's world. For years, Donald Trump and the people around him promised their base they would release the Epstein files. They said they would expose the truth. They said they would name the names. They used it. They raised money on it. They campaigned on it. And then when the moment came, when they had the power to release the files, they turned around and said no. I remember speaking with people still on the inside, very close to Donald Trump. I remember asking, what the hell is going on with him? And I'll never remember the gentleman telling me, Lev, you must have forgotten that Donald Trump is not just protecting other people. He's protecting himself. And we saw that with when Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and what she said, what he told her. Remember, Marjorie, there are good people that we need protecting. Think about that, folks. And then when you look at what happened since that, it all comes together. The puzzle starts to fit together. Because we have watched Donald Trump ignore the survivors. We have watched him dismiss this as saying it's a hoax. We have watched him refuse to meet this moment with the seriousness it deserves. Instead he sends Pam Bondi out to cover it up. And now we see Todd Blanche and others trying to do the same thing. Manage it, bury it, delay it, control it, protect the people who should be answering the question. So I want to say something directly to you, Todd Blanche, because I know you watch everything I do, because I know you very well. Release the files. Do the right thing. Stop covering up for the criminal that you're protecting, Donald Trump. Stop covering for the rich and powerful. At one time, that wasn't you, Todd. Stop using the Department of Justice to protect the same people who have been protected for far too long. Remember, one day you will have to look your own kids in the face, in their eyes. Enough of this, Todd. We cannot take that anymore. The survivors cannot take it anymore. The American people cannot take it anymore. Stop with the politics. This is not about left or right. It's not about Democrats, Republicans. It's about right or wrong. Children were abused, Todd. Children, young girls were trafficked. Survivors were silenced. Powerful men are still being protected. And the institutions that were supposed to seek justice help bury the truth. So you ask me why I'm here? That's why I'm here. I'm here because I cannot look at my children and say I stayed silent when the survivors were asking for justice. I cannot teach my sons about courage if I do not stand up to it myself. I cannot tell my daughters that they are safe in a country where powerful men could abuse, hide, and walk away without accountability. And I truly cannot look anymore at any of these survivors and say we did everything we could if we stopped now. So I want to say something before I start reading to the survivors. I want to say it clearly. We're here, we believe you, we stand with you, we honor you, we are so sorry. We are so sorry you had to fight this hard. We are sorry you had to relive the trauma again and again just to be heard. We are sorry powerful people traded you, your pain, like an inconvenience, and still do. And we are sorry institutions that were supposed to protect you protected themselves instead. But today you're not alone. Today we stand here. We stand with you. Today we read because the truth matters. We are reading them because silence is exactly what the powerful and what Donald Trump counted on. And today we're going to prove them, all of them, wrong. Today proves that the survivors are not alone. Today proves that the truth still has power and no one should be protected. No one should be above the law. No one. Because the Epstein files, folks, they're not just the documents. They are a test. They are a test to whether this country still has the courage to confront powerful people. They are a test to whether our institutions serve the public or are starting to serve the wealthy and connected. They are the test of whether survivors matter only when it's convenient to us or whether they matter always, because they matter always. To everyone here and to everyone watching, do not let this end with this hearing today, please. Keep talking about it, keep sharing it, keep demanding answers, keep standing with the survivors, because this fight is not over until the truth is released. This fight's not over until the powerful are held accountable. This fight is not over until every survivor knows that this country did not abandon them. So today I stand here with humility, with anger, with love, and with purpose. The survivors deserve justice. The public deserves the truth. The files must be released. The cover-up must end. We will not be silent. We will not look away. We will not move on. And now I'm going to read to you some important passages out of volume 27 out of 3,437. So what I'm going to read to you is the United States District Court, Southern District of Florida. It's a case that was filed by Jane Doe, number 1, and Jane 2 versus the United States. Jane Doe number 3 and Jane Doe number 4, corrected motion pursuant to Rule 21 for the joinder in action. Come now, Jane Doe and Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4, also referred to as the new victims. By and through the undersigned counsel to file this motion pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 21 to join this action on the condition that they not litigate any issues already litigated by Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, also referred to as current victims. The new victims have suffered the same violations of their rights under the Crime Victims' Rights Act as the current victims. Accordingly, they desire to join in this action to vindicate their rights as well. Because the new victims will not litigate any issues previously litigated by the current victims, and because they are represented by same legal counsel as the current victims, the government will not be prejudiced if the court grants the motion. The court may at any time add new parties to the action under Federal R. Civil P21. Accordingly, the court should grant the motion. As the court is aware, more than 6 years ago, Jane Doe number 1 filed a present action against the government, alleging a violation of her rights under the CVRA 18 USC-3771 DEI 1. She alleged that Jeffrey Epstein had sexually abused her and that the United States had entered into a secret non-prosecution agreement regarding those crimes in violation of her rights. At the first court hearing on the case, the court allowed Jane Doe number 2 to join the action. But both Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2 specifically argued that the government had failed to protect their CVRA rights, to confer, to reasonably notice, and to be treated with fairness. In response, the government argued that the CVRA rights did not apply to Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2 because no federal charges had ever been filed against Jeffrey Epstein. The court has firmly rejected the United States position. In a detailed ruling, the court concluded that the CVRA extended rights to Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, even though federal charges were never filed, DE 189. The court explained that because the NPA barred prosecution of crimes committed against them by Epstein, they had standing to assert violations of the CVRA rights. The court deferred ruling on whether the two victims would be entitled to relief pending development of further evidentiary record. Two other victims who are in many respects similar situation to the current victims now wish to join this action. The new victims joining at this stage will not cause any delay, and their joinder in this case is most expeditious manner in which to pursue their rights, because the background regarding their abuse is relevant to the court's assessment of whether to allow them to join. Their circumstances are recounted here briefly. Jane Doe number 3's circumstances. As with Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, Jane Doe 3 was repeatedly sexually abused by Epstein. The government then concealed from Jane Doe 3 the existence of its NPA from Jane Doe number 3. In violation of her rights under the CVRA, if allowed to join the action, Jane Doe number 3 would prove the following. Then in 1999, Jane Doe 3 was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell, one of the main women who Epstein used to procure underage girls for sexual activities and a primary co-conspirator in a sexual abuse and sex trafficking scheme. In fact, it became known to the government that Maxwell herself regularly participated in Epstein's sexual exploitation of minors, including Jane Doe number 3. Maxwell persuaded Jane Doe number 3, who was then 15 years old, to come to Epstein's mansion in a fashion very similar to the manner in which Epstein and his other conspirators coerced dozens of other children, including Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2. When Jane Doe 3 began giving Epstein a massage, Epstein and Maxwell turned it into a sexual encounter, as they had done with many other victims. Epstein then became enamored with Jane Doe number 3, and with the assistance of Maxwell converted her into what commonly referred to as a sex slave. Epstein kept Jane Doe 3 as a sex slave from about 1999 to 2002, when she managed to escape to a foreign country and hide out from Epstein and his co-conspirators for years. From 1999 through 2002, Epstein frequently sexually abused Jane Doe number 3 not only in West Palm Beach, but also in New York, New Mexico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, in international airspace on Epstein private planes, and elsewhere. Epstein also sexually trafficked the then minor Jane Doe, making her available for sex to politically connected and financially powerful people. Epstein purposes in lending Jane Doe along with other young girls to such powerful people were to integrate himself with them for business, personal, political, financial gain, as well as to obtain potential blackmail information. One such powerful individual was Epstein enforced then minor Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relationship with former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, folks. A close friend of Epstein's and well-known criminal defense attorney, who's a close friend now of Donald Trump's. Epstein required Jane Doe number 3 to have sexual relationships with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida but also on private planes in New York, New Mexico, and U.S. Virgin Islands. In addition to being a participant in the abuse of Jane Doe number 3 and other minors, Dershowitz was an eyewitness to the sexual abuse of many other minors by Epstein and several of Epstein's co-conspirators. Dershowitz would later play a significant role in negotiating the NPA on Epstein's behalf. Indeed, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement that provided immunity from federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida, not only to Epstein, but also to any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, NPA at 5. Thus, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement with a provision that provided protection for himself against criminal prosecution in Florida for sexually abusing Jane Doe 3. Because this broad immunity would have been controversial if disclosed, Dershowitz, along with other members of Epstein's defense team, and the government tried to keep the immunity provision secret from all of Epstein's victims, the general public, and even such secrecy violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Meanwhile, Ghislaine Maxwell was another person in Epstein's inner circle and a co-conspirator in Epstein's sexual abuse. She was someone who consequently also appreciated the immunity granted by the NPA for the crimes she committed in Florida. In addition to participating in the sexual abuse of Jane Doe No. 3 and others, Maxwell also took numerous sexual explicit pictures of underage girls involved in sexual activities, including Jane Doe No. 3. She shared these photographs, which constituted child pornography under the applicable federal laws, with Epstein. The government is apparently aware of this, and in certain instances possesses some of these photographs. Perhaps even more important to her role in Epstein's sexual abuse ring, Maxwell had direct connections to other powerful individuals with whom she could connect Epstein. For instance, one such powerful individual Epstein forced Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relationship with was a member of the British royal family, Prince Andrew, aka Duke of York. Jane Doe No. 3 was forced to have sexual relationship with this prince when she was a minor in 3 separate geographical locations: in London at Ghislaine Maxwell's apartment, in New York on the Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, in an orgy with numerous other underage girls. Epstein instructed Jane Doe 3 that she was to give the prince whatever he demanded and required Jane Doe 3 to report back to him on details of the sexual abuse. Maxwell facilitated Prince Andrew's acts of sexual abuse by acting as a madam for Epstein, thereby assisting in internationally trafficking Jane Doe No. 3 and numerous other girls for sexual purposes. Another person in Epstein's inner circle of friends who becomes apparently with almost no investigative effort is Jean-Luc Brunel. Epstein sexually trafficked Jane Doe No. 3 to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. Brunel was another of Epstein's closest friends and a regular traveling companion, who had many contacts with young girls throughout the world. Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years and apparently was able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models. He would bring young girls ranging ages as young as 12 to the United States for the sexual purpose and farm them out to his friends, especially Epstein. Brunel would offer the girls modeling jobs. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds, and he lured them into the promise of making good money. Epstein forced Jane Doe No. 3 to observe him. Brunel and Maxwell engaged in illegal sexual acts with dozens of underage girls. Epstein also forced Jane Doe No. 3 to have sex with Brunel on numerous occasions at places including Epstein's mansion in West Palm Beach, Little St. James Island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, many including orgies that were compromised of other underage girls. New York City, New Mexico, Paris, the south of France, and California. Epstein also trafficked Jane Doe No. 3 for sexual purposes to many other powerful men, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, as well known prime ministers and other world leaders. Epstein required Jane Doe No. 3 to describe the events that she had with these men so that he could potentially blackmail them. The government was well aware of Jane Doe No. 3 when it was negotiating the NPA, as is listed her as a victim in the attachment to the NPA. Moreover, even a rudimentary investigation of Jane Doe No. 3's relationship to Epstein would have revealed the fact that she had been trafficked throughout the United States and internationally for sexual purposes. Nonetheless, the government secretly negotiated a non-prosecution agreement with the Epstein, preluding any federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida of Epstein and his co-conspirators. As with Jane Doe No. 1 and Jane Doe No. 2, the government concealed the non-prosecution agreement from Jane Doe No. 3, all in the violations of her rights under the CVRA, to avoid Jane Doe No. 3 from raising powerful objectives to the NPA that would have shed tremendous public light on the Epstein and other powerful individuals, and that would likely have been prevented it from being concluded in the secret manner in which it was done. Jane Doe's No. 4 circumstances. If permitted to join this action, Jane Doe No. 4 would allege that and could prove at trial that she has CVRA claims similar to those advanced by Jane Doe 1, Jane Doe 2, based on the following. As with other Jane Doe 4 was repeatedly sexually abused by Epstein in and around the summer of 2002.
Jane Doe phone number 4, an economically poor and vulnerable 16-year-old child, was sold by another one of Epstein's underage minor sex abuse victims that she could be making $300 cash by giving an old man a massage on Palm Beach. An acquaintance of Jane Doe number 4, also a minor sexual abuse victim of Epstein, telephoned Epstein and scheduled Jane Doe number 4 to go to Epstein's house to give him a massage. During that call, Epstein himself got on the phone, a means of interstate communication with Jane Doe number 4, asking her personally to come to his mansion in Palm Beach. When Jane 4 then went to Epstein's mansion and was escorted upstairs to Epstein's large bathroom by one of Epstein's assistants, shortly thereafter Jeffrey Epstein emerged and lay face down on the table and told Jane Doe number 4 to start massaging him. Epstein asked Jane Doe number 3 her age, and she told him that she had recently turned 16. Epstein subsequently committed illegal sexual acts against Jane Doe number 4 on many occasions. Epstein used a means of interstate communication, example, a cell phone, to arrange for those sexual encounters. Epstein also frequently traveled in interstate commerce on his personal jet for purposes of illegally sexually abusing Jane Doe number 4. The acts Epstein committed against Jane Doe number 4 constituted numerous federal sex offenses, some of which do not carry a statute of limitations and thus are not time barred. See 18 U.S.C. Section 3283-. And these offenses were the kind of offenses that the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida were pursuing in 2007. So far as Jane Doe number 4 is aware, the U.S. Attorney's Office made no serious effort to locate her. Instead, after identifying approximately 40 separate underage sexually abused victims and apparently preparing a 53-page federal indictment with the full awareness of the existence of many victims like Jane Doe number 4, unidentified and not interviewed, it entered into a non-prosecution agreement, folks, barring prosecution of Epstein federal crimes against these victims. This is contrary to the government's normal approach in prosecuting federal sex offenses. It has also violated Jane Doe's number 4 rights under the CVRA, including the fact that she had a reasonable right to confer with the U.S. Attorney's Office before they entered into an agreement with the sex offender, barring prosecution of him for the crimes he committed against her. 8 U.S. 18 U.S.C-377A5. Motion for joinder. Jane Doe number 3 and Jane Doe number 4 now both move to join this action filed by Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 pursuant to Rule 21 of Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. Rule 21 provides to a motion on its own, the court may at any time or just term add a party, granting the court broad discretion to permit a change in the parties at any stage of litigation. Ford versus Airline Pilots -EDNY 2003, eternal quotation omitted. The new victim should be allowed to join the current victims in this accusation under the rule. The new victims will establish a trial that the government violated their CVR rights in the same way as it violated the rights of other victims. The new victims participated in this case is important because it appears that the government intends to raise as factual defense that somehow it did keep Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2 properly informed of what was happening in their criminal prosecution. Of course, if 4 victims, all testifying consistently that they were not properly informed by the government, as we believe they will, that provides a stronger case for a CVRA violation. In addition, Jane Doe number 3 and Jane Doe number 4 participation is relevant to the defense. The court has allowed the government to raise. The court has previously ruled that the victim's request for rescission of the NPA implicates a fact-sensitive, equitable defense which must be considered in the historic factual context of the entire interface between Epstein, the relevant prosecutorial authorities, and the federal offense victims, including an assessment of the allegation of a deliberate conspiracy between Epstein and the federal prosecutors to keep the victims in the dark of the pendency of the negotiations between Epstein and the federal authorities.
until well after the fact the presentation of the non-prosecution agreement to them as a fait accompli de -189 at 1.2 and .6. Jane Doe number 3 and Jane Doe number 4 participation in this case will help to show what the entire interface was between the government and the victims, and thus respond to the government's estoppel arguments as well as other defenses that it appears to be preparing to raise. See example 52-page response from the government to the victim's summary judgment motion, raising numerous factual based and other arguments against the victim's position. Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4 participation is also directly relevant to the discovery disputes currently pending in this case. The government has raised various relevancy objections to the documents that Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 are attempting to obtain. The current victims have obtained. The current victims have responded by explaining how these documents are relevant, including explaining how these documents might bear on the way in which Epstein used his powerful political and social connections to secure a favorable plea deal, as well as provide proof of the government's motives to deliberately fail to investigate certain aspects of the victim's claims in an effort to maintain the secrecy of the facts and resolve the case without the victim's knowledge. Jane Doe number 3 and Jane Doe number 4's participation will help prove the relevancy of these requests as well as the need for those requests. One clear example is request for production number 8, which seeks documents regarding Epstein's lobbying efforts to persuade the government to give him a more favorable plea deal, arrangement and/or non-prosecution agreement, including efforts on his behalf by Prince Andrew and former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2 have alleged that these materials have needed to prove that their allegations that after Epstein signed the non-prosecution agreement, his performance was delayed while he used his significant social and political connections to lobby the Justice Department to obtain a more favorable plea deal. Jane Doe number 3 has directly personal knowledge of Epstein's connection with some of these powerful people and thus how Epstein might have used them to secure favorable treatment. Adding 2 new victims to this case will not delay any of the proceedings. They will simply join in the motions that the current victims were going to file in any event. For example, the new victims will simply join in a single summary judgment motion that the current victim anticipated filing after discovery has been completed, nor will adding the new victims prejudice the United States. As the court is aware, this court is still in its initial discovery stage. The court is currently considering whether to reject the government's assertion of privilege over documentation regarding the case. Victims thus reassertion of the objections to the government privileges claims. The new victims do not seek any additional discovery beyond that previously sought by the current victims. Accordingly, the United States will not be prejudiced or burdened by adding them to the case. The CVRA does not contain any statutes or limitations for filing any actions to enforce rights under the statute. Accordingly, were the court to deny this motion, the result might be that the new victims would then be forced to file a separate suit raising their claims, which then possibly proceed on a separate litigation track. Rather than require duplicate litigations, the court should simply grant their motion to join. Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 support the joinder motion. Counsel for the victims have discussed this motion with the government at length in an effort to avoid any need to file a substantive pleading on the issue. Counsel for the victim asked the government during the summer for its position on the joinder. The government, however, took the matter under advisement for months. Ultimately, after several inquiries from the victim's counsel, the government indicated without explanation that it opposes this motion. Counsel for the victims has requested a meeting with the government on this issue, which will hopefully occur in January. In the meantime, however, counsel for the victim believe that this is no longer appropriate to delay filing this motion as accordingly filed it at this time. Because the government is apparently opposing this motion, Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4 have described the circumstances surrounding their claim so that the court has appropriate information to the rule on the motion. Conclusion: Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4 should be allowed to join this action pursuant to Rule 21 of Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Their joinder should be conditioned to the requirements that they not litigate any issue previously litigated by Jane Doe 1 or Jane Doe 2. A purpose ordered and effect is attached to this pleading. And then we have certificate of service. And then we have some examples here. I'll read you some emails. Blacked out. Subject working doc, February 27, 2021. It says, hey, blacked out. Did you add the redactions on page 117? It may have been there from an old version this morning. Either way, since it now quotes from the public Second Circuit docket, I think we don't need to redact that bit. Will, I caught a nit in the first sentence of the VCI. It says example 10, 14, 9, instead of example 14 at 14-9. Otherwise, I'm penciled down. Maureen, if you still think it's useful to create a public redacted version of the July depot, I can do that quickly while you finalize. Thanks, redacted. Next email, redacted Friday, February 26, 2021, 9:17 p.m. to redacted subject working doc. Here you go, almost done with inputting your edits as well. Next email from redacted, sent Friday, February 26 at 9:14 p.m. 2021 to redacted subject working doc. Hey, redacted, would you send me the working doc when you have a second? I'm just taking a quick look at the redactions. No textual changes are coming. Redacted, Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York. Redacted. Next email, redacted, from to redacted, CC redacted, subject, SDNY investigation, Epstein. Date, July 16, 2019, 18:09:24, 6:09. Thanks, redacted, that works for us. We'll see you at 5 p.m. Next email, redacted from, sent Tuesday, July 16, 2019 at 2:07 p.m. to Christian Everdahl and Mark S. Cohen. CC redacted. Subject, SDNY investigation into Epstein. Chris, sorry to have missed your call, and I hope you and Mark are still able to get this. We can meet at 5 p.m. today if that's convenient for you both. And I'm happy to ask the CSOs to allow you to retain your phones. Please let us know if that works, and we will put it on our calendar. Thanks, redacted. Next email from Christian Everdahl, redacted, sent Tuesday, July 16, 2019, 13:38 to redacted, Mark S. Cohen. Next, redacted, CC redacted. Subject, SDNY investigation, Epstein. Hi, redacted. I just tried your desk. Do we have time this afternoon when you can meet? Let us know as soon as you can come, because Mark will be in court soon and will not have his phone. Also, would you mind asking the CSOs to allow us to bring our phones into the building? Let me know if that's a problem. Thanks, Chris. Next email from redacted, sent Monday, July 25th, wrapping up. Following up on my very brief conversation, Chris, earlier this afternoon, and the voicemail you left earlier, thanks for getting in touch regarding your representation of Miss Maxwell. I understand you'll be in our neighborhood tomorrow afternoon. We can make ourselves available to meet, but that have been enough time for you to speak with your client. Let us know what you think would be the best to proceed, and we will figure out the next step. Thanks, redacted Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York. Thank you all for listening, and please continue to keep the Epstein survivors in your heart. Thank you.
Lev, thank you so much. Thank you. That was truly amazing. So we are officially about to hit 8 hours of live streaming. Let's go, team. Truly, I couldn't have done it without all of the unbelievable guest readers who've been here joining us here inside the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, where we are live streaming for 24 straight hours, reading the Epstein files, because we are not letting this story go. We are very lucky right now, in fact, to be joined by a United States Senator, that is Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon. Senator, thank you for being one of the lead Senate sponsors of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and thank you for being here with us today. We really appreciate you.
Hi, I'm Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon. It's great to be with you. Thank you for what you and the Save America movement are doing to continue to keep attention on the Epstein files. I've been focused in the Senate on delivering justice for survivors, transparency for the public, and accountability for abusers. My Epstein Files Transparency Act passed late last year and mandated that the Trump administration publicly release the Epstein files. And at my request, the Government Accounting Office, GAO, has opened an investigation into the DOJ's practices of redacting information from the public release of the files. And regarding the delayed release of the files, I've continued to keep pressure on DOJ's internal watchdog about the Justice Department breaking the law. And tomorrow, I'll be questioning Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche about the Epstein files transparency. So I'm glad to be with you because transparency and accountability are critical to delivering justice to Epstein's victims. Without further delay, here is a portion of the Epstein files. Starting with paragraph 243. Defendants benefited, directly and indirectly, from the pattern of criminal activity conducted by the Epstein enterprise. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO 14 VIC number 600. The government restated and re-alleges paragraph 1 through 244 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. At all times material herein, each defendant joined a conspiracy to laws against prostitution. Each defendant engaged in acts that revealed its intent to join and participate in the criminal conspiracy by engaging in or facilitating the persuasion, inducement, enticement, or coercion of women and children to travel to the Virgin Islands to engage in prostitution and or sexual activity, and or attempted to do the same, keeping, maintaining, and or permitting Epstein's property at Little St. James to be used for the purpose of prostitution, lewdness, or assignation with knowledge or reasonable cause to know the same, receiving, offering, or agreeing to receive individuals at his property at Little St. James for the purposes of prostitution, lewdness, or assignation, and or permitted women and children to remain there for such purposes, and directing, taking, transporting, and or offering or agreeing to take or transport women and children to Little St. James with the knowledge or reasonable cause to know that the purpose of such directing, taking, or transporting was prostitution, lewdness, or assignation in violation of 14 VIC 1622 and 1624. Defendants knew, or should reasonably have known, that individuals that were the subjects of the actions described in this count were minors. As a result of the defendants' actions, numerous young women and minors suffered serious physical, mental, and emotional injury. Defendants knowingly benefited financially and or obtained other non-financial value from participation in the Epstein enterprise, which has engaged in human trafficking, forced labor, sexual servitude, and commercial sexual activity of girls and young women in knowing or reckless disregard of the laws of the Virgin Islands. At all times material herein, each defendant conspired with Epstein and other defendants to fulfill the primary criminal purposes of the Epstein enterprise: human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual servitude. At all times and material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO 14 VIC number 600. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 through 240 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. Epstein was required to, and did, register under the Virgin Islands Sexual Offender Registration Community Protection Act, codified at 14 VIC 1721. SORCPA requires that offenders required to register provide information relating to intended travel in foreign commerce. On at least 2 occasions, Epstein traveled to Vienna and Monaco without disclosing that travel to the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registry. Epstein's failure to disclose this travel before, during, or even after his travel was knowing. Epstein's violation of SORPCA was part of a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise. Count 20, fraudulent conveyance, violation of the Criminally Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 through 258 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. At all times, material herein, each defendant directly and indirectly participated in or associated with the Epstein enterprise, an illicit enterprise. Each defendant engaged in 2 or more occasions of conduct that constitute criminal predicate acts as defined by CICO, including, but not limited to, transferring assets to and between various entities controlled by Epstein and the Epstein enterprise to avoid, defeat, hinder, or delay claims against them. Upon information and belief, in an effort to defeat the claims of creditors and avoid the oversight of the court probating his estate, Epstein, days before his death, transferred significant assets, including assets held by other defendants, into the 1953 trust. At the time of these transfers, Epstein had numerous actions pending against him related to his trafficking and sexual assaults seeking financial judgments. Through these transfers, Epstein and the Epstein enterprise fraudulently removed property and effects beyond the jurisdiction of the probate court. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise were parties to the fraudulent conveyance of the property, real or personal, and or the interest or rights arising out of property, contracts, or conveyances of Epstein and Epstein enterprise. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise acted with the intent to defeat, hinder, or delay creditors and claimants, including the government of the Virgin Islands, in collecting on their judgments, debts, and demands. Defendants, through a pattern of criminal activity, acquired and maintained, directly or indirectly, an interest in or control of the Epstein enterprise or real property. Defendants benefited, directly and indirectly, from the pattern of criminal activity conducted by the Epstein enterprise. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO 14 VIC 600. Count 21, fraudulent conveyance, conspiracy to violate the Criminally Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 to 269 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. At all times, material herein, each defendant joined in a conspiracy to commit fraudulent conveyances. Each defendant engaged in acts that revealed its intent to join and participate in the criminal conspiracy, including, but not limited to, transferring assets to and between various entities controlled by Epstein and the Epstein enterprise to avoid, defeat, hinder, or delay claims against them. Upon information and belief, In an effort to defeat the claims of creditors and avoid the oversight of the court probating his estate, Epstein, days before his death, transferred significant assets, including assets held by other defendants, into the 1953 trust. At the time of this transfer, Epstein had numerous actions pending against him related to his trafficking and sexual assaults seeking financial judgments. Through this transfer, Epstein and the Epstein enterprise fraudulently removed property and effects beyond the jurisdiction of the probate court. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise were parties to the fraudulent conveyance of the property, real or personal, and or the interests or rights arising out of property, contracts, or conveyances of Epstein and the Epstein enterprise. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise acted with the intent to defeat, hinder, or delay the government of the Virgin Islands and other creditors and claimants to collect on their judgments, debts, and demands. Defendants knowingly benefited financially and or obtained other non-financial value from participation in the Epstein enterprise, which has engaged in human trafficking, forced labor, sexual servitude, and commercial sexual activity of girls and young women in knowing or reckless disregard of the laws of the Virgin Islands. At all times material herein, each defendant conspired with Epstein and other defendants to fulfill the primary criminal purposes of the Epstein enterprise, human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual servitude. At all times material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO. Count 22. Civil conspiracy. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 through 280 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. Defendants acted in concert and joined with others to perform the wrongful acts identified in counts 1 through 13, among others concealing the sexual abuse of minor females by unlawful means. Each co-conspirator knew, or in the exercise of reasonable care should have known, about the conduct of the others and about the common unlawful scheme. These unlawful acts could not have been carried to the length and extent accomplished without the common understanding shared by Epstein and the Epstein enterprise defendants. Each of the defendants had a duty to report, stop, or terminate the wrongful conduct. But instead, each defendant concealed, assisted, and furthered the wrongful acts by use of civil conspiracy. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's conspiracy, the Virgin Island has been injured. Each co-conspirator is jointly and severally liable for the acts alleged herein. Thank you, and I hand this back to the team.
Thank you so much, Senator Merkley, for joining us, and also thank you for fighting for transparency and justice for the Epstein survivors. We are now officially in our 8th hour of our stream, Cover to Cover Up, a public reading of the Epstein files from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Reading Room in Lower Manhattan. I'm Eliza Orlins, and I'm here with the Save America movement. While we read, we are raising money for the world without exploitation, and you can scan the QR code on your screen to give to support this organization that is doing such important work. I am now joined by Zev Shalev, Emmy-nominated investigative journalist and author of the Zev Shalev Substack. Zev, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Eliza, and thank you, everybody, the Save America movement. You guys have done a fantastic job. I can't believe you've been going for 8 hours. We had, 21 minutes already. It's incredible work. It's important work, so thank you very much for including me in it. And to everyone who's been reading before and everyone who'll be reading afterwards, it's really important that these Epstein files get the attention they deserve, and that's what everyone here is doing today, is making sure that the Epstein files is front and center in our while we've been reading, or you've been reading, Tovin Noel, the correction officer who was on duty the night Jeffrey Epstein died, sat with the House Oversight Committee today for an extended interview that was not videotaped and transcribed. However, we'll get the full transcription soon. And what they looked at is the conditions under which Jeffrey Epstein was found dead. And then it also learned during the testimony today, although we knew this before, in November 2018 and July 2019, JP Morgan flagged 12 cash deposits to her account. One of them was $5,000 that landed 10 days before Epstein died. So, there are a lot of questions, of course, about whether Epstein suicide, whether he died. There's just lots of people who don't know the answer, and we may never know the answer, but we are beginning to get some of the details that are so important. I got involved in the story between his arrest and his death. I've been investigating Trump and Epstein for 10 years, but started on Epstein after he was arrested, but before he died. So this reading that we're doing tonight is really crucial because it's in that period of time, in those 5 weeks, that, he went from someone who was free and a billionaire to someone who became arrested and then died in a short amount of time. This is why this section of these files really matter. It's the moment that Epstein's own lawyers stood up in front of a federal judge and demanded that Judge Richard Berman actually launch an investigation into whether Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or whether he was murdered. So what we're reading is really critical in terms of understanding how the court system works, because after all, he was a subject of the court. They sent him into jail, therefore he was their responsibility. To this day, we do not know exactly the circumstances that he died. So let's get into the reading. His lawyers tried to tell the judge, by the way, that that there was good reason for him to start an investigation. That investigation did happen, but it's not complete. People do not know for sure whether Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide or died. So here we go, the reading. The client says this. Client's in and around the time of his death, and obviously the attorney-client privilege of death. Wait, is this right? Reading right spot here? Yes. By his death, and we are not going to forfeit the privilege, but we will report to the court with as much specificity as the court may want that at or around the time of his death, we did not see a despairing, despondent, suicidal person. Details to follow if the court wishes. The 800-pound gorilla, says the attorney, us, of course, are the video surveillance tapes. Obviously, we assume there is a tape that leads directly to the door where Jeffrey Epstein was housed. If that tape reports for 12 hours before his death, no one went in and no one went out of that room, then the suggestion that there was something other than suicide seems preposterous. Obviously, we'd see the tape, is what they're saying. But there is no such evidence that has surfaced to date, just the opposite. We have heard and we actually read in the press that the tapes were either corrupted or not functioning. Talk about a yikes. If in fact the system was broken for 6 months before Jeffrey Epstein was housed, that would be stunning incompetence. If it was allowed to continue to be inoperative when Jeffrey Epstein was housed, it would be incompetence times 10. But what if the tapes only broke down, were inoperative, or were corrupted on the day he was killed or the day he died? Well, then it would be a completely different situation. This is really important because what they're saying here, if this tape is just a temporary thing that happened while he died, obviously we're looking at something much more sophisticated than just a suicide. So this is back to the reading now. So where does this lead? I think where it leads is there are incredibly important questions that remain open. The public interest in this matter is obvious from this courtroom. There are conspiracy theories galore. We're all in for finding the truth. We believe this court has an indispensable role to play. Whether or not this indictment is dismissed, I think the court has the inherent authority to find out what happened on its watch. Obviously, when the court detained Jeffrey Epstein, the court did not anticipate that the weeks later he would be dead in his cell. I think given the inherent authority of the court should make an inquiry. This could come in many forms. Obviously, the court made inquiry as to what happens in the first incident when there was an allegation of attempted suicide. The court made inquiry. The court obviously was interested. I recall your language. You talked about that being one of the several open questions indicating interest in the court for the others as well. Obviously, the ultimate question is what happened to the client. The court obviously could hold hearings. The court could assign a lawyer to help the court. I think this is an area where there is public interest. We have complete confidence in the prosecutors in the Southern District and the FBI to do a competent investigation. But these allegations against the serious components of the United States Department of Justice. Sometimes the appearance of justice is just as important as justice itself. I think the court supervising or at least keeping an interest in this proceeding is incredibly important for the public to have confidence in the ultimate findings, and certainly for us to have confidence in the ultimate findings. One more issue. The conditions of the jail, in a word, were dreadful, not just for Jeffrey Epstein, but for many of the prisoners over there. This is a prison within the shadow of this courthouse. The situation is rife with vermin. The abuse and the condition in the prison, in a word, are a disgrace, and everybody knows it. A person with authority told us, someone with knowledge, that the prisoners in Guantanamo, and he spoke with personal knowledge, are treated better than the prisoners right across the way. The feds certainly know how to run a disciplined, clean prison. I've been in 20 of them. They know how to do it just fine. And the question is, why in the world does it not happen down the road? I think it is a perfectly legitimate subject for the inquiry. Make inquiry. In a word, we want the court to help us find out what happened. The court has a role to play. It is the institution most people have confidence in those very troubled times. So whether or not you dismiss this indictment, to us, is beside the point. We want you to stay on the case. We want you to conduct an investigation, and we want to know what happened here. Thank you, Your Honor. This is the response. Actually, I think this is the other attorney. I think it's first, as to the conditions, we think Your Honor trusted the government, the Bureau of Prisons, to keep our clients safe and keep him in civilized conditions. The government will again ask the defendants that they be detained at the MCC. Some subset of them will end up in the SHU unit, the SHU unit, which is isolation unit. It is horrific. I've called it medieval. There's vermin on the floor. There is wet from the plumbing, no sunlight. There's a limited exercise opportunity. It is simply conditions that no pretrial detainee, and I would go farther as a criminal defense lawyer, no United States defendant should be subjected to. Certain judges have taken views of the conditions. We would urge, Your Honor, the government we talk about transparency to see what kind of conditions exist within 50 or 100 yards of one of the great United States district courts. Second, we have a profound problem with the conclusions of the medical examiner. There are 3 reasons, Your Honor. This is so important. This stuff is so important. One is the timing of Mr. Epstein's demise. It was on August 10th that he died. On August 12th, a bail appeal motion was being filed in the Second Circuit. On August 12th or 13th, that's when they listened to that pending appeal. The United States attorneys were going to respond to our request for the preservation and production documents that would have facilitated and furthered our effort to demonstrate communications between the Southern District of Florida and the Northern District of Georgia, which was standing in the shoes of the District of Florida Main Justice and the Southern District. In other words, we were beginning the process of discharging our responsibilities. There had been no new evidence that Mr. Epstein had committed any offense against a minor after 2005. The subject matter of the New York prosecution was squarely within the heartland of the Florida NPA. We had a significant motion to dismiss. This was not a futile, defeatist attitude. Third, we had all the discovery motions that Your Honor had scheduled, to the timing for a pre-trial detainee to commit suicide on August 10th, when his bail pending appeal motion is being filed on August 12th, strikes us as implausible. We had an independent doctor who was present at the autopsy, which occurred on August the 11th. On August the 11th, the city medical examiner's findings were that the death was inconclusive, or the reason for the death was inconclusive. We are told by a very experienced forensic pathologist that the broken bone of Mr. Epstein's neck, in his larynx, are more consistent with external pressure, with strangulation, with homicide, if you will, than with suicide. It doesn't exclude suicide, but the pure medical forensic evidence creates profound issues about what happened to him. Also, the time of death. A medical examiner's opinion is that it occurred at least 4 or 5 minutes and probably hours before 6 a.m. on August the 10th, when he was found, according to reports, yet he was moved, something that is not ordinary in these circumstances. Sorry, excuse me here. Apologies. According to the reports, yet this was moved, something that is not ordinary in these circumstances. Instead of having the cell in the condition it was found, if he had been dead for 45 minutes or 2 hours or 4 hours, there were efforts to move him and therefore make it more difficult to reconstruct whether or not he died of suicide or from other causes. That is a critical question. The fact that he was moved, possibly several times, makes it really difficult for people to know in what condition or where he's lying at the time of his death. And we'll never know the answer to that question. I spoke to Stacey Richmond, who is a responsible member of this court who represents the family of Mr. Epstein. She spoke to the medical examiner on Friday after Mr. Epstein's death and asked why the conclusion was made late in the afternoon on Friday that week. She specifically asked about what extrinsic non-medical evidence caused the medical examiner to go from uncertain to suicide. And she was told that the medical examiner had seen 9 minutes of one video, which was on a stairwell between the floors at the MCC. She was told that the principal video that would have showed the hole was corrupted. It was in DC with the FBI to see if they can reconstruct it. And I asked the same questions that my co-counsel did. Was the dysfunction of the critical pivotal video in the most secure prison east of Florence, out in Colorado, known to the MCC before August 10th? Or was this corruption occurring on August 10th, which would again cause it to be skeptical of the certitude of the medical examiner's conclusion that this was suicide rather than some other cause? So with my co-counsel, we ask, Your Honor, it is not a question of trust or not trust. They asked you to detain people, and you trust the Bureau of Prisons. And it is within your inherent authority, Your Honor, to find out what happened to our client. We are angry about the conditions he was held in. And we're also angry, quite frankly, Your Honor, that the only source of information that we get as to what happened to him is through the media, rather than the United States Attorney's Office. We've made informal requests. We've made TOHI requests. We've been told there is pending investigation. But we trust, Your Honor. I didn't get that. I think you said 5 minutes. It's okay. But we trust, Your Honor, and the judiciary. And with all due respect, we believe there is an inherent and central role, a pivotal role, for Your Honor to find out what happened to a defendant in a case before the court. Whether or not the court grants the null pros today, or whether it holds it pending an investigation into Mr. Epstein's death. We're not here without significant doubts regarding the conclusion of suicide. We are not here to say what happened. We don't know what happened, but we deeply want to know what happened to our client. Thank you, sir. Well, maybe stop there because I think it's a good spot to stop and just maybe reiterate how important this particular reading is. Because we're finding out here how even the clients of Jeffrey Epstein, of the lawyers of Jeffrey Epstein at least, had no idea whether he had committed suicide or was murdered. That question has not been answered to anybody's full satisfaction. And a lot of the evidence, which we heard from Tova Noel today about the checks, and a lot of the evidence we've heard today that I'm reading here about the video surveillance and all of that other information that we're finding out, we just may never know if he committed suicide or was murdered. And of course, that is an important question to find out the whole of the Epstein saga and the solution to the whole of the Epstein saga. So I'll leave it there. I want to thank the Save America movement. Thank you so much for sharing this space and for allowing us to all have a reading and for keeping this important issue of the Epstein files front and center in front of the American public.
Zev, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you and couldn't agree more with everything you said, because we absolutely need to keep eyes on this story and we're not letting it go. So joining us now is Ken Harbaugh, host of the Ken Harbaugh Show and steering committee member for the Save America movement. Thanks for being here, Ken.
Thanks, Eliza. I wish I could say it's an honor to be here, but honestly, what I feel is anger at a system that failed these women so completely. Whatever honor there is in this tragedy belongs to those women who fought for decades, long after the system made clear it wasn't going to fight for them. I'm Ken Harbaugh, former Navy pilot and host of the Ken Harbaugh Show on the Midas Touch Network, and a steering committee member for the Save America movement. And what you're about to hear me read is a federal court transcript from August of 2019, a victim impact hearing held in the Southern District of New York following Jeffrey Epstein's death in custody. Epstein never faced his accusers in open court. He never had to sit across from these women and listen to what he did to them. This hearing was the closest thing to accountability that the justice system could offer. And it came only after decades of secret deals, silenced victims, and a criminal justice system that treated powerful men as a separate category of defendant. The voices in this document are survivors. Some used their names, some spoke as Jane Doe. All of them showed up anyway, knowing the man they came to confront was already dead, knowing the full justice they deserved had been stolen from them again. We're reading this because these words deserve to be heard out loud. Some of my clients are going to address the court that are here today. Others are not. Some are going to use their names and have in the past, and others wish to remain anonymous. And I have instructed each of them to inform the court reporter that they will be proceeding as Jane Doe so that the court reporter can take them down. The court. For those who wish to remain anonymous, Mr. Edwards. Exactly, Your Honor. The court. And that is satisfactory as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Edwards. Before we do that, I would like to address a couple of the things that have occurred this morning. First of all, whether relevant or not, I personally and on behalf of my clients do appreciate the presentation that Mr. Weingarten made and Mr. Marty Weinberg made. I have tremendous respect for Mr. Weinberg. I've worked with him through this and related cases for years, and I understand the reason why they made the presentation that they made. There are two things of interest to our clients in that respect. One is because of the tragic ending that none of my clients wanted, nor did I, nor did anyone else. If there is some civil rights violation and there is some civil remedy for Mr. Epstein that goes to the estate, certainly the victims are interested in that as they might help to repair the damage done. Second, Mr. Epstein's untimely death, the timing is curious to us, but more so, it makes it absolutely impossible for the victims to ever get the day in court that they wanted in court and to get full justice. That now can never happen. I know that Mr. Epstein's attorneys say he wanted it, and they know we did too. And there are a lot of people here today that are very sad by the way that this ended for both Mr. Epstein and the fact that full justice was robbed from them once again. The second issue I want to address was the law review or the law journal article that Your Honor referenced, which is troubling because the opinion seems to say that transparency is not appropriate in the criminal system and is not appropriate at this point in time. That's tough to swallow, especially in this case, given the long history of this case. Personally, it is tough to swallow, and on behalf of my clients, I can say that is very concerning. Transparency is the only way that the justice system works. We know this because there was a similar investigation of Mr. Epstein many years ago from 2005 to 2008. My personal involvement in this case was because a young female came into my office named Redacted, and she came to me not asking to file a lawsuit against Jeffrey Epstein, but simply asking for the government to talk to her. She was cooperating in an FBI investigation and wanted the government to speak with her. And I thought that was going to be an easy task. It was only a few months later that we learned that this investigation that was represented to my client in written form, that it would be a long investigation and to be patient, basically to hang tight. It was resolved by the way of a secret deal that never allowed any of the more than 30 victims who had been identified of Mr. Epstein's abuse in Florida to ever participate in a single hearing. There was a hearing. They were never notified. I then went on to represent many of them in civil cases and also in extensive pro bono work, and I can tell Your Honor that while Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of them hurt them and harmed them for many years, the feelings they had was aggravated exponentially by the facts that they had no rights in the criminal justice system, by the fact that they were treated as if they didn't matter. They were not allowed their rights under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, to meaningfully confer with prosecutors, to be treated with fairness, to be treated with dignity. That is what this is supposed to be about, and to have notice of hearings. So I do want to thank Your Honor, and especially the prosecutors who have worked this investigation and this case, which is very different in experience for all my clients and the other Epstein victims in this case, because they were allowed to be part of the process. While some of them elected not to be here today, that opportunity should always be allowed for them. In 2008, we filed that case under the Crime Victims' Rights Act because our clients' rights were violated, and as Your Honor knows, a federal judge has ruled in our clients' favor that their rights were violated. So this hearing today means a lot to them. The fact that they may never get their chance to speak in court, they may never get complete closure, and all of us have to wonder if their rights had been afforded them the first time, would any of us be here now? Or wouldn't it more likely be the case that everyone, including Jeffrey Epstein, would have turned out better for it? Today, I've not only represented, but met and become very close with many of these victims, many of these survivors. They are very strong people. They are people who have persevered through a lot of adversity. It's been a roller coaster of emotions that has led us to where we are today. And while they have all been cast over the years because of the secrecy of the first investigation in the shadow as victims, you can't put them all in one bucket and say one size fits all. They are each individual people who are harmed differently and distinctly through not only the abuse, but the system. On behalf of all of them, I would like to thank Your Honor for the fairness with which they've been treated, and the United States Attorney's Office for the way in which you have handled this investigation, and especially how you have treated the victims in this case. Like I said, I have many who want to speak, some that can't. This is a very difficult day for them, but we appreciate the opportunity and the invitation. The first client that I have that is going to address Your Honor is the one who walked into my office in 2008 asking just to be heard, name redacted. The court. Hold on one second. Did you all want to be seated? You don't need to be standing. Whatever is more comfortable until you're ready to give some comments. It's up to you. Redacted. If you could spell your name for the court reporters, please. The name is redacted. My name is redacted, and I'm a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused me for years, robbing me of my innocence and mental health. Jeffrey Epstein has done nothing but manipulate our justice system, where he has never been held accountable for his actions, even to this day. Jeffrey Epstein robbed myself and all the other victims of our day in court to confront him one by one, and for that, he is a coward. I want to thank the U.S. attorneys for seeking justice that has been long overdue, and most importantly, given us, the victims, our day in court to speak our piece and find some sort of closure. I feel very angry and sad that justice has never been served in this case. Thank you. The court. Thanks very much, Mr. Edwards. I believe my next client who is going to speak is probably going to speak as Jane Doe. Jane Doe number one. Yes, Jane Doe. The court. We'll say Jane Doe number one just for the record. Jane Doe number one. Okay. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I've shifted what I want to say in hearing what's already been said, and just about the question of Jeffrey's death. I don't know what the relevance is to this hearing, but I do know that it is profoundly relevant to my life as a victim. I don't like that word, but I still feel like I am learning the ways that he's impacted me as a complex situation. But he was also a major part of my life. As destructive as that relationship was, and as much of a villain as we have created him to be, based on facts, we've created him to be a villain. He's a complex villain, and actually all of that is irrelevant. Anybody deserves an investigation is the right thing to do. Like, we do need to know how he died. I felt like a whole new trauma all over again, and I don't know why, because I'm trying to defend myself against him at this point in my life, but it still does not feel good. It didn't feel good to wake up that morning and find out that he had allegedly committed suicide. Okay. But I also want to say to the press, I'm reading, I read my story in the paper. I read so many other girls' stories that are so similar to my own, and everything that's been focused on is not the most important part of it. There was. The problem with focusing on the facts of the situation that were out of the ordinary, and like because he was such a grand person and it was just a unique situation, I know that's the more interesting side of the story, but I don't want to be used as entertainment. And the fundamental problem of the whole situation is the element of exploitation and coercion. And these are things that so many girls can relate to. And even though this Jeffrey Epstein brought it to a grand scale on some level, a lot of girls could relate to the trauma that we are talking about. And even though this whole situation sucks, I would like to think that it may be possibly a catalyst for change, because obviously, as we're seeing with the Me Too movement, change needs to happen. And it's what I'm seeing in the papers is not a common story, but it's so much more common than you realize. That's all. Thank you. The court, thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, I believe that the next client is going to also be a Jane Doe. So I think for the purposes of the record, it will be Jane Doe 2. The court, yes. Jane Doe number 2. Good morning, Your Honor. The court, good morning. How are you? Jane Doe number 2. Doing okay. I hadn't prepared any words to speak today, but there is something that was on my mind this morning when I got here. It's been on my mind and reading through the press and through the people that I've spoken to about it, friends, family. It's something that's bothered me because I think it has a lot of blame in it as well. A little bit of what my friend who was up here was speaking about. I think that a lot of people asked why we spent so much time, why we stayed. It's an experience that's really hard to explain to people who haven't gone through it. I think there's a writer, Thomas Nagel, who wrote an essay called What Is It Like to Be a Bat? And I think that he touches on it pretty strongly. And if you haven't experienced something, it's very hard to fully understand why someone makes the decisions they do and what the circumstances were. I don't want to speak for all of the victims. I think each of us has a different story and different circumstances for why we stayed in it. But for me, I think he was really strategic in how he approached each of us. Things happened slowly over time. It was almost like putting it like that analogy of a frog being in a pan of water and slowly turning the flame up. You didn't realize it was happening. And I don't think anyone can fully understand the experience, but the blame feels very strong. There's a lot of support as well, but I just want people to try to understand that we aren't bad people. It wasn't a situation where we were trying to extort money from someone. A lot of us were in very vulnerable situations and in extreme poverty, circumstances where we didn't have anyone on our side to speak on our behalf. And that's really scary. You start to blame yourself because at first you don't tell anyone what's happening, and it becomes your deep, dark secret that you tried to keep from everyone. And I didn't even know I was a victim until I spoke with my lawyers. I had no idea. I had so much self-hatred and doubt and just guilt for everything. I still do. I still don't feel like I deserve to say I'm a victim. And I think that's a big problem with our society right now, that people are still blaming victims. And I think that does need to change. I hope that today people understand that each of us has a story, has a past, has a family, and just give us a chance to, that's basically all I just wanted to say. The court, thank you so much. Jane Doe number 2, thank you so much. The court, okay. Mr. Edwards, okay, I think that the next person who is going to speak is also going to be speaking as Jane Doe. So for the purposes of the record, Jane Doe number 3. Jane Doe number 3, thank you for allowing us to speak today. I came to New York City 15 years ago to pursue modeling from a small town. I signed on with an agency and was excited to pursue my passion and my dream. Several months later, I met a female who told me about Mr. Epstein. She portrayed him as an amazing man who genuinely cared for people and that he was going to be able to help me in a modeling career. I was excited to meet him. After hearing her talk about him, he sounded like an amazing person. An introduction was made at his New York home, and it is there that I was sexually assaulted. I left his home after he threw me, basically put money on the table, and I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. This was not the way I was brought up, and I couldn't believe that this had happened to me. I left, and my world kind of spiraled after that. I stopped going on modeling castings. I gained weight. I became depressed. I stopped going out with my friends, and only 5 months after I had been in New York City to pursue my dream, I left. I left the modeling industry and I left New York City, and I totally switched my career paths. I buried this deep within me, and all of the new occurrences that have come up in the media, it's what brought it back up for me. And I feel sickened and saddened that it took so many years and God knows how many victims for this to finally come out. But I'm thankful it did. And I'm just angry that he's not alive anymore to have to pay the price for his actions. So I thank you for your time. The court, you're very welcome. Mr. Edwards. Your Honor, Jane Doe number 4, I believe, is going to speak now. Jane Doe number 4. Good morning, Your Honor. The court, good morning. Jane Doe number 4. I just have something very short to say. I met Jeffrey Epstein at a very vulnerable place in my life. And whatever the outcome is with everything, I just wanted to express that we, the victims, we will always carry irreparable damage and pain throughout our lives after this. It's something that's never going to go away. You know, whoever we marry in our life, whatever future we have in our life, it's always going to be something that's always there for us. And I'm very nervous right now. And Jeffrey Epstein, he took away the chance I had at having the future I had envisioned for myself as a young girl. And I think many of us here today will never fully heal from that pain and the heartache that will continue carrying with us. So I just wanted to say that. It's something that's irreparable. I can't even really use a better word to describe that. So thank you for hearing us today. The court, you're very welcome. Mr. Edwards. Your Honor, Jane Doe number 5 would like to speak. Jane Doe number 5. This is a letter that I wrote, so it's going to be, Dear Jeffrey, I think you are a mentally disturbed human being. You used your power to make me believe at a young age that I could have my dreams of being a model. You paid for your freedom. You violated my rights. You should have to pay for them just as anyone else. You got a plea deal that no one else would have been able to get. You used your money to get out of paying the price for your actions. Also, as a victim, I never got to see what the agreement was or why the special treatment got approved. I think you should have been in jail for several years in population and lived like everyone else that is mentally disturbed like you. You paid for yourself to get special treatment while you were in jail. Don't even think you spent a day in jail as a normal human being. You had investigators come to my house and also went to my friend's house to question them. I will never be able to get over the overwhelming emotions and embarrassment I experienced from that trauma. I needed therapy several times a week and had high stress and anxiety levels. You paid your way to make the public think that the girls had nothing in life going on for them. You wanted to try and blame that we were lower class, and that was the problem with the girls. I was from a middle-class family and did well in school. I lived the American girl dream or the American girl life. I went on family vacations around the world, grew up in a good city, and my parents are still married to this day. Basically, everything you said that we didn't have in our life, I did. It all came down to I was told I was making $200 in an hour. Being young, that was a lot of money, and I didn't know any better. Sadly, you were the one with an illness that you should have to go and see a doctor and also have a mentor group for the sickness you have. I will continue with writing my book about that secret life with all the newspaper articles of the case, my high school agenda book off official dates. I'm basing that proof that I deposited cash after leaving Jeffries. I still have all of the information, articles that I collected over the years. You mentally and physically traumatized me. I went to therapy, and it was the best thing I did for myself. If anyone only learns one thing from this case, I hope it is that money should not let you buy your way free. A crime is a crime, and a victim is a victim. Thank you. The court, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards. Your Honor, my next client is redacted. I met Jeffrey Epstein through my first massage teacher, a man who took me in as his apprentice to teach me a practice I wanted to learn while in desperate search to find a cure for a debilitating neurological disorder that I have, which manifests into violent vomiting attacks largely triggered by stress. It's called cyclic vomiting syndrome. I was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell. Upon my first meeting of her, I wouldn't know that I had been recruited until many years later, when I would read it in a headline. Ghislaine and Jeffrey took me in. They sent me to school. They gave me a job. They flew me around the world, introduced me to a world I had only dreamt of, and made me feel as though I had become a part of their family, another thing I was desperately searching for. But on my third or fourth time meeting them, they brought me to Jeffrey's Island for the first time. And on the first night there, Redacted came tapping on my door late at night to inform me Jeffrey was ready for another massage. My instincts told me this didn't feel right, but I got up and followed her to a villa I hadn't yet seen, Jeffrey and Ghislaine's villa. I began my massage, trying not to let him smell my fear and obvious discomfort. But before I knew what was happening, he grabbed onto my wrist and tugged me towards the next half page is redacted. I spent 2 weeks vomiting almost to death in a Los Angeles hospital after that first encounter. Jeffrey's abuse would continue for the next 3 years, and I allowed it. That's the end of the transcript. And those were the voices of survivors, women who showed up to a federal courthouse to confront a man who was already dead because they had been denied that moment for decades. Some gave their names, some of them didn't, but all of them told the truth. Jeffrey Epstein died in custody before he could be held accountable in open court. But the men who enabled him, who protected him, and benefited from what he did, many of them are still very much alive. And the institutions that looked the other way, that offered him sweetheart deals and treated his victims as inconveniences, those institutions are still functioning. That's why this transcript matters. That's why this reading matters. Not as historical artifact, but as an indictment, an active indictment. If you want to know why so many Americans have lost faith in the idea that the law applies equally to everyone, this is your answer. It's right here in the words of these women who had to fight for decades just to be heard in an empty courtroom after the man who hurt them had already escaped the only justice that was available. We owe it to them to keep asking the questions that powerful people would prefer we didn't. Thank you so much. I'm Ken Harbaugh.
Love for you to introduce yourself before you read and kind of let folks know what we're hoping to accomplish with this event. Thanks.
Thank you, Eliza, and thank you so much for being our MC and helping us put this on in such a short period of time. At the Save America movement, we were watching the testimony of the survivors in Palm Beach last week, and we were struck by how little coverage their testimony that was so extraordinary. We were struck by how little it was covered by the mainstream media. And from that observation came this idea to do this 24-hour Epstein Files filibuster, to force eyes to this story and take a step to keep this critical story in top of mind for America. So I'm very honored to be here. I've been so moved by everything that I've experienced today. It's hard to put into words, but these survivors deserve justice. They deserve accountability, and I know that we won't stop until they get it. So I'll start reading. From Redact to Jeffrey Epstein. I understand that you want to do better for me, but you should understand what is better firstly. It's like feeding someone who likes oranges very much, but have a severe allergy on them. I appreciate your help very much. You taught me and showed me a lot, but you can't change me. Excuse me for being not happy as you used to see those baby dolls. Excuse me for not answering your emails on time because Redact, very busy. And for looking like a shit when I came to you, etc. Yes, young, but not that stupid Jeffrey. And I know what do usually mean and usually doesn't. There's some, I think, translation here. I know what you expect from me, Jeffrey, but I will not say that, not for me. Sometimes it's better to say, darling, beautiful bitch who comes to your house, and you like me, everybody likes me, and I love myself, and you also. I am in trouble. Troubles, darling. Transfer me money, sweetheart. You can't say no. You're a gentleman. Yes? Successful. Yes? Yes? I see it every day and how it works, and I had a lot of opportunities to say that by myself to a lot of people, believe me. Of course, they also tell, you baby girl are going to go with me at my place. I will fuck you twice. You will suck my cock, and I will have your ass 3 times. End quote. Gosh, how good it works. All right, Jeffrey. You have a lot of them. Go ahead. I know that I was that one who never did something for you when she didn't want to, and never expecting something back. Believe me, if I had an opportunity, I would never take money from you when going home. Sorry, not used to this world. Not your daughter for you to deal with my problems. And this is all my fault. I chose it myself. Me was not working. Me was taking money from friends and enemies just because no choice was seen at that moment. But it will be seen, I believe. Can't see the reason to delay my ticket. It should be better to bring it back. Can't see the reason to meet me the second day. Not a toy, Jeffrey. Thank you. From Jeffrey Epstein. Bring